biz apırıp ekegen, bırak ol qaysı nayege teve boğan жазылар ekenligini bilemen.
I don't know the name of the camp because when I was taken there and also when I was taken out, I had black hood over my head. But I can tell you which county the camp was located.
Ile Kazak Abdunum Oblus, Şarkı Türkistan'ın ile Kazak Abdunum Oblusu Mongol Granayesi'ge teve boğan жазылар.
The camp located in the Mongol Kra County in Ili Kazakh autonomous region.
And can you tell us what the ethnicity of the detainees was in this camp?
I beg your pardon.
Could you tell us the ethnicity of the detainees?
Bu yerdeki solanğan kişilerinki, tutqunlarınki milleti qaysı milletlerden deyip bilemiz.
O yerde tutqunlar Kazak milleti, Uyghur milleti, Kırgız ve başka milletler battı.
Those who detained there were Kazakhs, Uyghur, Kyrgyz, and other ethnicity as well.
And would you know in what proportion those ethnic groups were? So how many roughly would you say were Uyghur or Kazakh?
Әмді бұланың персент қандақты мысалға қанчылық сандыкілер Uyghur ya Kazak бұланың саны қандақ?
Bu Xitay hükümetinin bu Şarkı Türkistan halkını жүргізіп erkek qarğınçılığında adamlarını tutuşta qayerda qaysi millat jiqiraq bo'lsa, shu yerdan kampusida shu millat jiqiraq bo'ladi.
In the ethnic cleansing policies which the Chinese government carrying out in East Turkestan, the region, different region where the particular ethnic group, then if the majority of that ethnic group are locked up in that region's camp.
Şuңашqa biz turgan yerde Kazak milleti biraz jiqiraq, Uyghur milleti mi ba? Şuңашqa kampdagi jiqlari şu Kazak milleti, onunki Uyghur milleti.
The area where I come from is more Kazakh populated county, therefore majority Kazakh people and also have Uyghur and other ethnic groups.
In your statement, you refer to the fact that you handled medical documentation. Did you handle any other official documentation, and if so, what was the nature of those documents?
Siz bayanatınızda şu insanlarınki salametlik toğrusudaki materyallar kolumdan öttü depsiz. Bu materyallar toğrusuda düşündürüp verelimsiz.
Men kampıda ya da o'qituvchilik qilish bilan birga qanday o'rnashtirishlar bo'lsa, shuningga bo'ysunishim kerak. Qarshi tursam, hayotimga xavf yetadi.
Apart from teaching in the camp, I had to accept any work that is allocated to me because I had no right to oppose it.
Tutqunlarning o'zi har qaysiga munosabatlik bo'lgan salomatlik arxivlari shuni retlashga buyurilgan vaqtda aşı salamatlık arxivlari to'g'riliq uchurlarni ko'rgandim.
There were times I was asked to go to check the files of the detainees, that also health files that related to each detainees. That's when I saw their file.
O salamatlık arxivida her bir adamның qan tepidan tatib, yana jigarning 5 xil tekshirishleri, her bir qimmati, ondan agar ayol bo'lsa, uning qancha farzandlik ekanligi, tug'ut operatsiyasini qilmaganligi.
Yeah, the medical file contained all the details of the women's health, from blood types, including the 5 different tests of liver tests, result of liver tests, including how many children they had, and whether it was a natural birth, or such very detailed information.
Андан o adamlarda yuqumlıq kesellerinin bar yo'qligi degandek sog'lomlikqa munosabatlik bo'lgan hamma uchurlar aniq xatirlangan.
Including if the person has any infectious disease, so anything that relate to one's health, all information contained in that file.
Was there a reason why, as a teacher, she would need to see that, or was there a reason why she was given access to this sort of documentation, and by whom, if she knows?
Әмді сіз бір оқытқучы болғаннан кейін сізге қандақ бір шараатты сізне мұшындақ материалларны көрішке рұқсат қылды, қандақ бір шараатты бұныңға көрішке көріш пұрсатыға еріштіңіз?
Bu o'qituvchilik bo'lgan bilan abaydab o'tgandek men u yerda qandaq narsalarga buyursa shuni chuqur qilishimiz kerak. Bizning qarshi turadigan hech qanday mumkinchiligimiz bo'lmaydi.
As I have explained to you earlier, although I was appointed to teach, but any tasks I was asked to do, I had to do it. We didn't have the right to oppose it.
Şuna mağan o uçurlarını görüş için emas, onu redlep çıkış için aşındaq buyruq berilgen.
And the order was not that I go and detect or to see what is inside. And my job was to sorry, the word. Okay. So categorize, to categorize those files. That was the main purpose of the job.
We have in our database a book that's been authored by you that mentions other documentation you had access to. That includes a document relating to CCC plans in respect of Uyghurs and other minorities. Are you able to tell us more about that particular document?
Әмді сіздіңкі кітапыңызда башқа материалларны көгәлдікіңіз. Xitay hükümetinin planı, Uygurlarını, milletini yoqtuş planı doğrusunda. Şu doğruluk biraz bizge düşünce berəlemsiz.
Doğru. Bu pek mühim. Ben görgen o mahbi ücret, Pekin'den kelgen ücret, o ücrette Xitay hükümetinin 3 basqıçlıq rezil planı yazılgan.
Yes, this is very important. The document that I saw is a very important document. It came from Beijing, and it's classified. It reveals the 3-step of the CCP plan, the Chinese Communist Party plan.
O 3 basqıçlıq planın birincisi 2014 yıldan 2025 yıl aralığında Şarkı Türkistan'ın Uyghur, Kazak, Kırgız qatarlıq yergilikte milletin bütünley millet süpütüde asıl mesele qılıp yo'qotish planı.
So the first stage is from 2014 to 2025. Uyghur, Kazakh, and other ethnic group must be completely assimilated and to eliminate them as different identity, as their different identity.
İkinci basqıç 2025 yıldan 2035 yılgacha bo'lgan aralıq. Bu aralıqda Xitoy hökuməti qo'shni davlatlarni bütünley nim qilish, o'ziga qaratish qo'shni davlatlarni.
And the second step is from 2025 to 2035 to completely conquer the neighboring countries. The neighboring countries must listen to their instruction.
Üçüncü basqıç bolsa 2035 yıldan 2055 yıl aralığında bütünlay dünyaga go'ju bo'lishdak o'zining rezil planini ishga oshirish.
So from 2035 to 2055 to achieve to be a superpower in the world, to become the superpower in the world.
Can you tell us who this document was addressed to?
Bu hüccetlerini kim üçün yazılgan?
Bu ücretlerini u yerga ip kelgan vaqtda o ücretlerini biz ular qamalganlarga shu yerda yetkizish huquqimiz yo'q.
When they brought those documents into the camp, it wasn't the plan wasn't that we would give the documents, the content of the documents, just as it is to the camp detainees.
Ondan bunu ularning ruxsat qilgan doirasida eng oddiy bo'lgan til bilan o'sha qamalgan tutqunlarga yetkizish.
Only the contents that is using the simplest language to pass that ideology to the camp detainees.
Bunun maqsadi tutqunlarni shu orqali o'zining butunlay tabiatdan voz kechib faqat Xitoy kompartiyasining qipini anglash, shuningga qarab o'zgarish patarda kelajakda faqat bir Xitoy hukumati butun dunyoni egallaydi deganga keltirish.
The purpose of this is to for the camp detainees eventually to be brainwashed and to believe that there is no any other option for them apart from accept that there is only one China that will be ruling the world in the end.
You've identified that this was a classified document, and you also accept it's an important document. Is there a reason it wasn't mentioned in your witness statement?
Әмді бұны найты мойым мәхбиетlik hüccet деп siz neme üçün sizin bayanatınızda bu doğruluk sözlemediniz?
Çünkü o benim bayanatım, sotqa tapşırdıgan bayanatım, o mening adliya arxiviga bergan eng baştaki bir söhbetim, bir qisqa söhbetimden e'lingan. Keyin onu mаған evet bergan vaqtda men özüm ağrıvatqan, doktorxonada yana mening balam ağrıvatqan, yo'ldishim ağrıvatqan. Şu sebeplerden men bununga doirasini kengaytib, hamma mazmunlarni kirishtirishga hech qanday imkoniyatim bo'lmadi.
The statement that you have was sent to me. It was taken from my previous interviews, and when it was sent to me, I was in very poor health. My child was in poor health, and also my husband. And under that circumstances, I didn't have the opportunity to add anything or to make any addition to that original statement.
Şu sebeplik ma tercüman kılıvatkan Rahime adam bilen alaqılışıp mening muhim mazmunlarım qeyip qalganligini dep bu kişinin nemesini sordum. Aşında deyiş fırsatım bolamdı dep. O kişi mağan qo'shimcha deydiganınız barma degan savol so'rildi. Shu vaqtda deysiniz bo'ladi degandan keyin men shu vaqtda so'zlayman deb umidlanib keldim.
I actually contacted Rahima. I mentioned that actually there are some extra information, and then who told me that you can actually add when you are asked if you have any additional information to add, and therefore I'm here to answer that.
Thank you, Ms. Southway, for answering my questions. The panel might have further questions for you.
Sizga ko'p rahmat endi.
Good afternoon. I'm going to ask you questions about your statement, but also about your book, The Chief Witness, Escape from China's Modern-Day Concentration Camps, which I understand was published first in 2019. And I noticed that your statement runs parallel the details to the account in the book.
Mening sualım birincisi sizinki bergen bayanatınız, yani qo'shimcha o'zingizning kitobingiz 2019 yili chiqqan kitobingiz. Mening tushunishimcha sizning bayonotingiz bilan bu kitobingiz parallel o'xshash mazmunni egallagan.
I'd like to start from 2017, when you recall that harassment began following your husband's leaving China for Kazakhstan.
Mening sualım 2017 yıldan başında şu yo'ldoshingizningki Qozog'istonga ketgan shu boshlanishdan.
Can you report that you were taken to police stations sometimes in the middle of the night? How often did this happen?
Siz deyapsizki yerim kechlarda sizni soqchixonaga apparat dedi. Bu doim qanchalik vaqtda bir qitim bo'ladi?
Bu 2017 yılı birinci aydan başlangan ta'atmagan bo'lgan. Bu jiq vaqt doim davomlashib turdi. 2 haftada bir, ba'zi vaqtlarda bir oyda bir ashundaq.
It started in January 2017 and it became frequent, sometimes once a month, sometimes once 2 weeks, once every 2 weeks.
What happened at the police station?
And bu shu soqchi idoraga apaga vaqtda sizga nima ish bo'ladi?
Olar meni tutib aparatdi, andan ailemning Qozog'iston ekanligini bana qilib, meni tag aytdi, savol qo'yatdi, yana urib qiynaytdi.
Interrogated me. Due to my family living in Kazakhstan, they questioned me repeatedly, and I was beaten up as well during that time.
Yana ailemni Qozog'istondan qaytirib kelishga majburlaydi.
They forced me to bring back my family from Kazakhstan.
They asked you. Where did they take you? Where were the police station?
Bu soqchixona qayerga apparadi sizni?
Bu her türlü yer idi, o'xshamagan yerlik soqchixona mobatdi, yana boshqa noyilik o'rinlar mobatdi.
It was different police stations, local and also county level police stations too.
Do you know who ordered this taking to the police station? Who ordered this?
Sizni bu soqchiga opirishni kim buyurdi? Kim buyruq tushirdi?
Kim buyruq tushirganligini bilmayman. Ash vaqtdagi vaziyat ashundaq edi. Chunki Xitoy hukumatı Sharqiy Turkiston xalqini yurgizdigan bu necha yil oldin planlagan razil planni ishga oshirish uchun 26 davlatda, bu Amerika boshlagan 26 davlatda dushman davlatlar deb bekitgan edi.
Well, I don't know exactly where the order came from, but the Chinese Communist government, in order to achieve its evil plan, they branded that 26 country along with US as the enemy, the country of enemy or düşman devlet. Yeah, countries of our enemy.
Bu 26 düşman devletin içinde Kazakistan mubatdi. Şuңашqa muşu 26 düşman deb bekitilgan devletler bilan aloqasi bor. tuqqanları var, aşağıya berip kelgan degandek adamlarning hammasini xavfli adamlarning qatorda tizimlarga kirgizib, shu orqali tutishni texmo chiqaytdi.
So Kazakhstan was one of those 26 countries. So any families who had any connections or who traveled to those countries, it was all enlisted and to be considered as suspicious or to be considered as suspicious.
You were taken to the detention center, I think, in 2017. Do you recall when in 2017?
Siz 2017-yılı tutulgan degan gapni qildingiz. Shu tutish o'rniga apa dedi. Shu tutish o'rniga apaga vaqti qanchinchi aydi 2017-yilniki?
Tunji boshlanishi kamp emasdi.
You asking that I'm taken into camp or
Taken in, yes, to the camp to work as a teacher.
Okay. Shu lagerga apaga vaqti.
2017 yılı 11. ay.
It was November 2017.
Right, November, thank you. And you said you stayed there for 4 months.
Siz u yerda 4 ay turdungiz, shundaymi?
Shundoq 4 aydan ortiqroq vaqt turdim.
Yeah, slightly more than 4 months.
Okay. And can you tell me what you were required to teach?
And siz ashada nimadan dars beradingiz, ya'ni darslik?
Darslik mazmunlarning hammasini shu yerdagi munosabatli xodimlar shular tayyorlab beradi.
The content of the teaching material was prepared by the officials there who were working in the camp.
19 qurultayning mazmunlari, andan partiyaning siyosatlari, prinsiplari, andan Xitoy millatining turmushliq o'lim uzutish, to'y o'tkazish degandek ashunga oyat munosabatlik bo'lgan gap so'zlarni o'g'itish.
The content included 19th Congress, the spirit of 19th Congress, the Chinese policies, government policies, also the culture of the Chinese, the mainstream Chinese, including the wedding process and the funerals, the Han Chinese funeral process, etc.
Mushu mazmunlarda o'z ichiga olgan nurg'un mazmunlarni o'tatdik.
So there are many different contents of the government policies.
What was the goal of this teaching?
Endi bu ders berishdagi asosliq ularninki maqsadi nimadi? Eng oxirgi yetadigan maqsadi nimadi?
Bu faqat bir ularning o'zi degandek bir o'g'itish, Xitoydan o'g'itish uchun qurilgan yer emas. Bu yerdagi maqsad aşı özlərinin Şərqi Türkistan xalqının bütünlüy asılmasıga, bütünlüy millet sübütüde yo'qotish nishoniga yetish. Nima xulaslab aytganda, aşı orqali mingini jush orqali o'zining tabiatidan bütünlüy voz kechtirish.
The so-called education, it is not what it appears that what they claim. Through this camp system is to completely assimilate and convert, and so these local ethnic groups completely converted into the mainstream Han population, and using this kind of brainwashing policies, so the completely change their own identity and the nature. That was a goal. That was a goal, is to change the nature of the entire population.
And the detainees, you refer to a directive, first deal with the people who wear straw shoes, then with the people who wear leather shoes. So how do you understand that directive?
Siz bayanatınızda nime söz degende bazılarınki to'qigan ayak nimede çıkdı mı nimede saman ayak bazılarınki xurum ayak depsiz ama şunu biraz düşündürüp verelimsiz.
O lager жазı lager işide iniq ko'rsatma batdi. Onun da saman ayak kiygenlerini aldı bilen, andan xurum ayak kiygenlerini Keneden xurmayak kiygenlerini bir taraf qilish degan aniq ko'rsatma batdi.
There was a very clear instruction saying that those who wore straw shoes deal with first, and then those who wore leather shoes second. Şu saman ayak birinci, nimesi
bu yerdeki saman ayak deb o'tagani o addiy puxralarni ko'rsatdi. Xurum ayak degeni xizmatkorlarni, davlat kadrlarini ko'rsatdi.
So those who wore straw shoes referred to the very ordinary, simple citizens, and those who wore leather shoes, they were the more intellectuals, the cadres, and the other people.
So you were a teacher, and you say you were also a detainee. Can you tell us how your work affected how you were treated? Were you treated differently from other detainees?
And this is o'qituvchi bo'lish suhbatingiz bilan hamda siz u yerda tutqun. Ham o'qituvchi ham tutqun. Shuning uchun siz bilan boshqa tutqunlarning farqi bormi? Ularga endi munosabat qilgan vaqtlarda siz qanday farq bormi?
Men endi u yerda ma'lum bo'lib ishlash jarayonida u yerda men o jazoga uchirdim, shu jazo uyida endi boshqa tutqunlar bilan o'xshamaydigan yerim, o'zim bir uyda yotatdim, andan putqolimda kishi yo'q edi.
Well, I was a detainee there. The difference that I had my own room that I could sleep, and I didn't have to wear shackles and the chains.
And you were also a Chinese Communist Party member and a cadre. Did that affect how you were treated?
And this is özünüzninki Komünist Partiya a'zosi bo'lganligingiz uchun biraz farqi bo'ldimi?
Yo'q, undaq hech qanday farqi bo'lmadi, chunki uning oldidami mening ailemnimi xavfli aile degan nimaga turaqlantirib qo'ygan.
No, because prior to that they already categorized my family as a suspicious or dangerous family.
Xitoy hukumatining buyrug'i bo'yicha har bir yerdagi rayonlar o'ziga tava bo'lgan ailelarni 3 xil xarakterga bo'lgan.
According to the Chinese government's policy, all the local people in the one region was categorized in 3 different categories.
Birinchisi xavfli aile, ikkinchisi o'rtacha xavfli aile.
First is a dangerous, and then the second is medium. So it's not the most, but yeah.
Üçüncüsü xavfsiz aile.
The last is a safe.
Mening ailemmi Qozog'iston bilan munosabatim bo'lganligi uchun o'sha xavfli aile qatorida ondan tutadigan odamlarning odatda shu birinchisi xavfli aile, ikkinchisi o'rtacha xavfli aile deganlarni asos qiladi.
So due to the reason that my family members living in Kazakhstan, so my family was also categorized as they are dangerous. And therefore, when they decided to detain people, so it's according to the family and those individuals belong to which category. That was very important.
So you knew which category and what reason you were treated in that way. Did other detainees also know their reason for being there?
Әмді siz өзіңіздің üyədiliklərinizin səbəbini bizə düşəndirib bədiniz. Әмді aşağıdakı tutqunlar özünün nə üçün aşağıda tutulub turuyatqanlığını bilətdimi? Səbəbini bilətdimi?
Xitay hökuməti məşə rəzil planını önəmlik işə aşırış üçün 70 neçə türlük bolğan yalğan töhmətlərini aşı günahsız adamlara, Şərqi Türkistan xalqına çaplab, şu her bir adamga aşındaq yalğan töhmətlər arqılıq tutub kirgizilgan.
In order to achieve their evil plan, the Chinese Communist government listed 70 wrongdoings or crimes, and so all the people who were detained in that facility, in the detention, was part of this listed 70 accused of one or several of these 70 type of crime or wrongdoings.
And they knew why they were there. They knew which crime.
And ular öz bilətdimi? Nima üçün özünü əşəyə əkirgənligini? Yəni ular dəpəgənmi nima üçün?
Kelgəndən keyin dəpəgən nəmisi bilədi. Yəni ən içinçliği bu yerdə şu özünün əzəldən bob baxmagan Xitay hökuməti çaplagan aşı cinayətni türlük rəzil vasitələr bilan şularga aşını itiraf qilishqa məcbur qılıdı.
Yes, they do. After arriving there, and they were told what was the reason or the so-called crimes. What is the most heartbreaking is that they will make sure through all sorts of torture, a different methodology, to make them to accept those accused crimes.
I want to go to the document that my colleague referred to. I want, if you could explain, why were you shown that document, that classified document from Beijing? What was the purpose of showing you that document?
Yəni bayam dostumuz deyən şu material məxfi hüccətni. Mənim sualım, nə üçün sizə bunu göstərdi? Sizə verdi bunu?
Buyruq boyunca şu yerdə çoxum bir adam aşı nimini ötüdüğü adam onu tapşırıp elişi gerek, kol koyup verişi gerek. Hem de aşı mahbi ücretinin münasibetlik bolğan uçurlar eğer aşkarlanıp ketadigan bolsa aş adamның kalısı ketadigan gep.
According to the rule, one person must receive the document and sign it. And the rule also that if that person, that particular person who received that document revealed the content of that classified information, then the person faced death.
Keyin olar meni lager жазы лагерден кайтырып әкелгенден кейін әмді мені cinayetçi süpütede qamap gözümde yo'qotmoqchi bo'lganligini onu baldırıp planlaganligi ko'rinib turdi. Shunga ular buning әмісін aldan o'rnashtirgan deb qarayman.
I believe that they wanted to persecute me after I was released from the camp. I believe they might have pre-planned this.
You provide lots of detail about the document in your book. Do you recall where in Beijing which arm of the Chinese authorities this document came from?
Әмді kitabınızda şu məxfi hüccət toğrusunda nayt inçik köp uçurlarını beripsiz. Sizce bu şu Beijing'deki qaysı bölümüdün kelgan?
Uyada merkez deb yezig'liq merkezning andan aslida nimaga maxfi ücret deb yezig'liq yana onda qo'l qo'yuqliq.
Well, the information is the central government, and underneath is called the classified document. Then there is a signature. There was a signature.
You remember the name?
İsimni esingizde barmı?
O ismi esimde yo'q, chunki uni bir-birlab tafsiliy ko'rib o'tirishga nim qilmaydi. Ko'rayotgan vaqtingdimi ular kuzatib turadi.
I don't remember the name because they won't give you a lot of time to remember. Even when you are reading the document, they would watch you.
I'd like to turn to the experience in the camp of rape of girls and women. Do you recall whether this happened every night or how often did it happen?
Endi şu lagerda kız ayollarninki basqınçılıqqa uçurışı to'g'risidagi gapga kelsak, sizce her kechda bu voqea bo'lib turdimi?
Shundoq, bu ayollarning basqınçılıqqa uchrashi, jinsiy parakandlikka, zo'ravonlikqa uchrash tafsandi qilishi bu u yerdagi doim bo'lib turadigan ish.
I say yes because the woman who faced rape and sexual assault, it was a regular thing.
Where did this happen?
Bu qayerda bo'ldi?
Lager saqchilariga Pekin'den keçirim ben. Pekin'den cheksiz hukuk berilgen ularga şuңa ular қалағанын қалалайды.
The police was given unlimited power from Beijing. Therefore, they can do whatever they want.
Özleri қалаған көзі түшіп қалған ayollarını tanlap etçi gidiyordu keşte. Etsi yandırıp ip gidiyordu.
They can pick the girls, whoever that they like, and they can take them out at night and brought them back to the next day.
You also describe the rape of a young girl in front of 100 persons or so, and you say that you think it was planned and ordered and organized. Do you know who ordered this?
Siz yana bayanatınızda bir kızınki basqınçılıqqa uçurğanlığı, yani ochiq aşkara 100 ga yaqin kişinin aldıda basqınçılıq uçurğanlığını bayan qıpsız ve bunu çoxum özre aldın ala plan qılıb qalğan depsiz. Sizce bu buyruqni kim düşürgen, kim buyruq qılğan?
Kim buyruq qılğanlığını bilmeymiz. Bu aşağıdaki bütün jarayonga qarsak bu çoxum aldın o'rnashtirilgan narsa.
I don't know who planned this, but if you look at the procedure of the event, how it happened, it's definitely was pre-planned.
Do you know how they chose who was forced to watch? The people who were in the room, it was perhaps 100 people. Do you know who was sent there, who was chosen to watch?
Sizce şu 100 ga yaqin kişilerninki aşı zalның içine ekirip çoxum şunu körüşke ekirilgen. Sizce bularni qandaq tanlap ekegan? Kim tanlagan bularninki aşı 100 kişini eşege tanlap ekeganlar? Kimler tanlagan?
Kimler tanlaganligini bilmeymen. Emmimizde buyruq berip eşege özleri jığıp ekeldi.
Mesela saqçı buyruqdimi? Kim buyruq çeydi? Mesela sizge.
Жаза лагерде әр xil лагер xizmatkorlari бар, әр дәрежедегі лагер xizmatkorlarining o'zining mas'ul bo'ladigan, o'zining darajasiga bog'liq bo'lgan, o'zining mas'ul bo'ladigan vazifasi bo'ladi.
I don't know who. I was ordered to go to that hall, and there are different layers of management within the camp. So every cadres, they have their own responsibilities that they must fulfill.
I'd like to turn to the black room. Can you explain to everyone what the black room was and what happened there, please?
Şu qar öy toğrusida sözləpsiz. Əmdə siz müşəmmisiga qar öyünün nimligini, bu yerdə nimişlərin bolduğanlığını düşündürüb biləsiz.
Жазалagir işide əmmiyədə kuzatish kamerası var. Tutqunlarning bütün her bir iş hareketi 24 saat kuzatishda bo'ladi.
In the camp, cameras everywhere. So the movement of all the detainees surveilled for 24/7.
Fakat aşı qar uy deb atıladigan uyda kamera yok, kamera o'rnatilmagan o uyga.
Only the room that was called black room has no camera.
Çünkü bu uy aşı qamalganlarga türlük rezil vasıtalardan paydalanıp qiynash, jazalash ip bardigan uy.
Because the room was designed to torture and to make the detainees suffer. That is the purpose of that room.
Onun içige şunda qo'rqinchlik türlük jazo qurollari qo'yilgan.
There are many tools that is for the torture purpose. It's all displayed in that room.
Adatda men ders so'zlab atganda sirtdan saqchilar bostırıp kirib, aşı özleri jazalaydigan adamlarni so'rab chiqib ketadi.
During my lessons, the police would just come to the class and then take the people to select for punishment and drag them out of the class.
Aşı qarıga pirib jazalagan vaqtda o uydan biz qutqizinglar degan vaqirgan, aşındaq chirqiragan ichinchilik ovozlarni doim anglab turibmiz.
We could hear the screams and the begging for help from that room after they were taken there.
Jazalashqa ip ketgan adamlarning ba'zilari shundaq ig'ir yaralangan alda qaytadan so'yirib akilib tashlaydi.
After they receive severe injuries and they were taken out, then they were just thrown on the ground, on the floor.
Ba'zilari shu peti qaytib kelmadi.
Some never returned.
Men ularni qiynash jarayonida o'lib qoldi deb faraz qila olmayman.
I suspect that they must have died. They might have tortured to death.
Chunki u yerda qattiq ishga buyruq bor. Birinchisi, u yerdan qattiq qechib ketmaslik kerak adamlar. Yana birisi o'lib qolgan adamlarni boshqalar qattiq ko'maslik kerak degan.
The two very strict rules. One, no one should be allowed to escape. And the second is no one should see the detainee's dead body.
You were taken there to the black room. Can you tell us what the reason given to you for taking you there? What were you being punished for?
Sizmi özünüz şu qar öyge kiripsiz, sizni şu yerda jazolanıpsiz. Nima uchun shuni sababini tushuntirib beralamsiz?
Aşı lager, jazo lagerining turli qayda tuzumlari bor. Hatta boshqalar bilan so'zlashish u yoqda tursin, kulishgimi, yig'lashgimi ruxsat qilinmaydi.
There are many different rules, strict rules in the camp. You cannot even allow to smile or allow to cry, let alone speaking to others.
Tutqun qilgan adamlar ular turib yo'qolib ketadi, ozib ketadi.
detainees taken away and they disappeared. The numbers gradually became smaller.
Aşı azayıp ketken adamlarının ornaga yeniden adam tutup ekilip toluqtaratdı.
Then they would bring new detainees to replace those places of those disappeared.
Şundaq yeniden tutup ekilip kırgızıvatkan adamlarının arlıqıda, kırgızıvatkan vaqta aşı adamların arlıqıda bir Kazak momay battı.
That one occasion when they brought new detainees, and there was one elderly Kazakh lady.
O kişini tağdaki üyden tutup ekegen vaqta kiyim kiyişkime ülgürtmepti. Biz Kazak momaylarımız kaloş ötüktün sırtından kaloş giydi. O adamga kaloş giyiş pürsütümü beğenmegen.
So when she was detained, they didn't even give her chance to wear her outdoor clothes. And in the we Kazakh people normally we wear we call kalach, the after you wear boots, then you wear
galoshes.
Galoshes, yeah. And she wasn't even given the chance to put that on.
Tızıp kırgızıvatkanda meni köde, şunu bilen bular meni telefonumda mesele var dep tutup geldi, meni hiç qanday günahım yok, meni qutuldurup bering dep meni quchoqlab yig'lagan, yordam so'raganligi uchun men aşı jazo lagerinin qayda tizimlerine qilaplik qilgan bo'lib, aşı qariyga jazolashga akitildim.
On seeing me, she ran and came to me and hugged me and pleading for help. Said, I am innocent. Please rescue me. Please help me. And for that, I was punished.
Thank you. I've just asked very briefly. You saw these medical records, and I understand you are a trained doctor as well as a teacher. And I would like just briefly to tell us why were they testing people and why were they so interested in women's reproductive health?
And sizning mushu sog'liq ma'lumotlarni ko'rganligingiz to'g'risida savolim. Siz ham doktorlikni o'qibsizkan. Sizce bu tutqunlarning bu qadar ularning salomatligiga ham bo'libmi ayollarningki shu tug'ish tug'magan balliq bo'lgan mushu uchurlarga bu qadar ko'ngil bo'lishidagi maqsad nima, sabab nima?
Bu yerdagi sabab mening farzimcha, bu yerda ikki sabab bor. Birinchisi aşı ayollarning aşı butunlay tug'ut masalasiga qatorliq bo'lgan uchurlarning shunday aniq yezilishining o'zi aşı ayollarning aşı butunlay tug'mas qildiganga chora ib borish uchun tayyorlangan.
I believe there are two reasons, in my view, two purposes. First is to, when it comes to women's reproductive information, the aim was to make sure that all the women become infertile.
İkinci sebep, hech qanday salomatligi yaxshi bo'lgan, hech qanday yuqumli kasalliklari yo'q, sağlam adamlarni mecburi emgak bilan ishki og'za savdosining manbasi deb qarash uchun tayyorlangan deb hisoblayman.
And I believe the second reason is to check the health, is to pick those very healthy ones, either for forced labor purpose and also the organ harvesting.
Çünkü şundaq adamlarga ayrım belgi qo'yilgan.
Belgi qo'yilgan deganimiz ayrım nima?
Aşındaq sağlam, aşındaq yaşlılar, yuqumluq kesillikdə yo'q adamlarga ayrim nima belgi qo'yib qo'ygan.
Okay. Because those who were very healthy ones had the ticks in that box.
Finally, you left the camp. Please tell us how you left and where you went, very briefly.
And this is şu lagerdan chiqibsiz. Lager qandaq chiqdingiz? Qandaq you left the country. Is that?
How did you leave the camp? Were you dismissed?
Okay. Şu lagerdan chiqqan vaqtda sizni bo'ldi ishing tugadi degan vaqtida qandaq chiqib qo'ydi sizni?
Özleri meni qandaq appagan bolsa, şundaq beşim qarqalta kiygizib uyimga akeldi. Ondan davamlıq özümün xizmətimdə davamlaşdırışımda etdi.
Exactly the same way how I was taken there. Black hood over my head, and then they brought me back to my home, and I was told I must continue my previous job to do previous.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Two questions, if I may. One is that the role of teacher inside the camp was clearly an important one, regarded as an important one. And yet your family was designated as dangerous. Why do you think they chose you, coming from a dangerous family, to fulfill this role in the camp?
Endi bu lagerda ders o'tish degan intayin muhim bir rol. Endi sizningki ailengizni Xabab ailesi deb bekitgan ailengizningki sababidan qandaqlarcha sizni uyaga dars berishga tanladi? Misalga siz bir Xabablik ailedan bo'lganligingiz.
Sağolыңызга рахмет. Bunun sebebi men Xitoy tilini shundoq yaxshi o'rgangan, ondan Uyg'ur tilini bilaman, o'zimning tilimda yaxshi so'zlay olmayman. Mushu sabab bor.
The reason is that I know Chinese very well, and also I speak Uyghur language. That's what we're communicating now, and also I speak my mother tongue.
Ondan baribir meni eng oxirida yana jinoyatchi sifatida qamab ko'zimda yo'qotadiganlari oldin planlangan aniq bo'lganlikdan butunlay mendan foydalanish deb hisoblayman.
In my view, that they had a plan that eventually they would get rid of me. So that I think that was their part of their plan.
Thank you. The second question is that you mentioned there were 70 categories of offence in which detainees had committed one or more allegedly. How many of those are what would commonly be regarded as terror-related offences?
Bayamsiz aşı 70 atalmış cinayet deb adamlarni akirib shuni qilgan. Shuningda qaysilari shu terrorga munosabatlik 70 turlikning ichidagi qaysilarni terrorga munosabatlik deb hisoblaydi?
O 70 necha turlik 70 necha turlik Xitoy hukumati tarafidan tayyorlangan yolg'on, qo'ldan yasalgan yolg'on tuhmatlar, jinoyatlar.
So those crimes that more than 70 type is actually pure accusation that's planned by the Chinese government.
Bu yerda terrorizmga bog'liq bo'lganlari islom diniga munosabatlik bo'lgan, islom diniga munosabatlik dars olganlar, saqal qo'yganlar, namoz o'qiganlar, meshitga borganlar, bolalarni tuqqanlarni namoz o'qishga, islom dinining qoidasini bilishga, ashunga kuch kiritganlar.
So the terror-related ones are the religious, who practiced Islam, who wore beard and prayed, been to mosque, also encouraged their children to practice religion.
Ondan bir vaqtlarda Xitoy hukumati o'zi yo'l qo'yib meşitlerini sağan vaqtda, şu vaqtda özleri bu adamlarını meşitke yardım kılışqa özleri ruhsat bergen. Azır muşu tutuduğanlardan yine şu terrorizm dep qargan bir türkün adamlar şu vaqtki meşit sağan vaqtda meşitke yanı qılganlar.
In the past, when they built mosques, actually China's government encouraged people to help to build the community mosques. And then later, these people were also become criminalized for being part of building mosques.
So it was a very particular definition of terrorism on that basis, or terrorist activity.
Bular şu terörge neme ait.
Doğru.
Correct.
Thank you.
We are substantially over time, but Professor Kaur, 2 questions, I think, and shortly, if you can, and then Mr. Vetch.
You said on Fridays they were served pork in the camps. All Turkic Muslims were served pork. Can you clarify what does that mean for those of Muslim identity? And did this happen every Friday in every camp that you went to?
Siz cümə günləri çocuk göç berəti dəbsiz. Bunu hər cümə günü şundaq etdi. Ananın bir musulman üçün məşnaq çocuk göçünü məcburlaş qandaq bir məşini bir düşündürüb verəmsiz.
U yerda nurg'unlagan ash adamlarning o'zining tabiatidan voz kechgan kechmaganligini sinoq qiladigan turli razil sinoqlar bordi. Cho'chqa go'shtiga majburlash ash sinoqning biri.
There are many different tests carried out to check whether they were reformed, whether these people gave up their own identity. So forcing to eat pork and to see whether they eat pork or not, that is one of the tests.
And what does it mean for those of Muslim identity? They're contaminated, they have to renounce their religion.
Hem de bu Müslümanlar bunu eğer deyilse bu özününki dinidin çekingenlik bulamdı qandaq.
Ondaqda ularni agar qarshilik qilmay yesa, ondaqda ularni o'zgargan deb qaraydi. Andan o'sha uchraydigan jazodan aman qoladi.
Well, if they don't go against and eat the pork, then they would be prevented from further punishment.
Okay, one quick question. You mentioned there are higher order officials that devise the routines in these camps. Can you elaborate on who these higher order officials were?
Siz yuqori darajadagi kadrlar shu lagerning ichidagi ish bajarish ishlarini shular belgilaydi debsiz. Shu yuqori darajalik kadrlar kimlar shuni biroz tushuntirib beramiz.
U yerda turli xizmatlarga mas'ul, yana o'zining xizmat doirasiga, xizmat darajasiga munosabatlik ishlarni bajaradigan har xil xodimlar bor.
There are different categories of cadres responsible for various different tasks.
Yuqori darajali xodimlar, uningdan keyin turadiganlar, yana ishni ishga oshirish uchun ishni ishga oshirishga moslashadigan lager saqchilari, yana yordamchi saqchilar degandek.
The highest level officials who give order, then the lower level, and then those police that implement those, enforce those rules, and so that they all come in a different level.
Why did the police or the guards in the camp, what did they wish to achieve by the torture and sexual violence? What was the purpose?
Hem de şu lagerdeki sakçılar bu insonlarni bundaq qiyin qistoq qilib tan jazosi berib hamda ayollarni bosqinchilik qilib bularninki maqsadi nimaga erishmoqchi?
O lagerga qamalgan adamlar fakat emmi günayını özü bilen ketmeydi. Şu arkalık bir qamalgan adam arkalık aşının tuqqanlarını bevasita aile azelerini aşı arkalık bir-birlep muşu maqsadiga yetidi. Bir arkalık nurgun adamlarını şu arkalık asıl mesele qilish, millet sipatini yo'qotish aşı özünün rezil planına yetidi.
The evil plan is those detainees. They are not detaining that person from the family is not the final goal. The final goal is to bring more people inside the camp, especially the relatives and the people related to them. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I said Cyril might have more to say. That's why
Sorry.
I just yeah.
Can you just tell us what diseases were prevalent in the camps? For example, was there sexually transmitted diseases, HIV, TB?
Endi bu lagerlarda qandaq bir kasallar bulungan, masalan yuqumliq kasallar, masalan jinsiy yuqumliq kasallar yoki tuberkuloz degandek yoki HIV ashna kasallar angladingizmi, bilamsiz?
Turli kasalliklar bordi. Mening bildiganligim qavziyat bo'lib sirtiga teshiga chiqib ketgan, ondan mikroblanib ketgan, suga o'tib butunlay ishib buyragidan masala chiqqan.
People suffered from various health conditions. Most common ones were constipation, and that developed the hemorrhoid, and also being poisoned, the viral infections.
Hatta menga o'smisi operatsiyasi bo'lib doğru bilen hayatını saxlavatkan aşındaq adamlar mı kampıda var?
Among the detainees were those who actually had the brain operation, and they were only just surviving, and they were also brought to the camp. I just forgot one thing she mentioned earlier. Abiyam kesallarning ichida qaziyat dedingiz, nima mikrob dedingiz, buyragidan masala chiqib ishib ketganlar, undan diabet kasali. So also those who suffered kidney conditions and diabetic patients.
Undan menga operatsiyasi.
Could I just ask, women were often given regular either injections or tablets. Do you know what they were for?
Ayollarga har doim shu dora va o'qil urgan ahvollar borki, bularningki maqsadi nima?
Bularning maqsadi butunlay tug'mas qilish, ondan nerv sistemasini buzish degandek, yana salomatlikka ta'sir etkazish. Chunki ular ashini planlagan.
First of all, so these women cannot have ability to have children. And secondly, to destroy their nerve system, their health. So then their nerve system to destroy them. That was the purpose.
3 things from your statement. The instruments of torture in the black room included the electric chair in which you were electrocuted, an iron rod, an electric stick, many tools, and a sword-like tool with a sharp end. Correct?
Sizningki mushu alaqaya qar uyda degandiki qo'llangan uskunlar, Bunun içinde aşı tok ötküzdüğün onun genellikle inçik nemilik, uçluk nemiler, jülüdüğün nemiler, muşu üsküller. Doğru mu ben dedim?
Doğru.
Yes, correct.
In the gang rape, all the policemen, while raping, were masked. Correct?
Yani birisi bu opçu baskınçılık kığa vakitte aşı baskınçılık kıgan hem sakçılarının maske giygen. Doğru mu?
Doğru.
That's correct.
And lastly, the 100 people in the hall were tested to see if they reacted, and in your judgment, it was to test whether they had given up on humanity. Is that right?
Üçüncüsü şehirdeki 100'e yakın kişinin ki asaslık bula özününki insanlıkların vazgeçmegenlikini sınaş. Doğru mu?
Doğru.
Correct.
Mr. Abraham, the PRC has challenged this witness's integrity on the basis of something called, I think, loan fraud. Of course, it may not have had notice of the book of which we've heard for long enough in order to deal with those issues in detail. Is there anything you want to ask about those?
No, sir.
In which case, I think I will just ask this witness, but be brief, please. Is there anything else you want to tell us that you think is important beyond what you've told us already?
Endi bizninki sualimiz tugidi. Sizga ko'p rahmat. Sizning ham yana hozir sizce biz bilmagan yo qo'shib qo'yay deydigan so'zlarimiz bormi?
Shu fursat berganingiz uchun rahmat. Mening deydiganligim shu, men Qozog'istonga qaytib chiqqan hozirgi qator mana tunugungacha Xitoy Kompartiyasining turlik besimni qarlash, turlik besimni taxtına uchrab kelyapman. Hatto men shu yoqqa kelayotgan vaqtimni menga ta'tilib, yerim yo'ldan qaytirib kelamiz. Biz ashunga bizning qudratimiz yetadi, seni degan ishlarmi bo'ldi.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity and also asking me to add. Since I fled to Kazakhstan up until now, I have been being harassed and received threats constantly. Even yesterday, I was threatened that I was told that they have the power to take me back.
Minglaga rahmat.
Thank you very much.
By whom was she told that they had the power to get her back?
Sizni ep gitalaymiz degan kim sizga shuni degan?
Telefon nomeri Xitoyning telefon nomeri u yerda. Men videoni aç deb nim qildim, onunga talab qildim. Videoni açmadi.
The number was a Chinese number. I requested them to do a video call, but they didn't.
Thank you for giving your evidence. You are, of course, now free to go or to stay. Mr. Sabi, we move to the next witness. I realize we've overrun, but I judged it appropriate. Shall we get on with the next witness?
Yes, the next witness, Mr. Chairman, is Mr. Dolkan Isa.
And he is the man I referred to in my opening observations.
Yes, sir.
Who asked us to form this tribunal.
I will read the summary for his statement while the witness will be coming in. Dolkan Isa was born in September 1967 in Aksu. As a student in Xinjiang University in Urumqi, he organized and initiated a student association called Student Cultural Science Union to combat the widespread discrimination
Just
against...
one minute, Mr. Sabi. There's been problems with the sound. I'm going to really check that you are hearing us, and indeed when there was an interpreter. People at the back, can you hear? Nod or shake? Okay. nod or shake your heads. Okay, thanks. Sorry, Mr. Sabi.
In June 1988, this association organized a gathering of students. On the day before the demonstration, they were called in and invited to the headquarters of Deputy Secretary General of the CCP in the region. However, the discussion became fruitless, and they decided to move ahead with the demonstrations. Mr. Isa and his colleagues were made subject to house arrest orders, but the demonstration did go ahead and was very successful. And it followed by disturbances. In September of that year, Mr. Dolkan and one of his colleagues were struck out of the university, and he could not finish his studies. Mr. Isa then went to Beijing and opened a restaurant in Beijing. Again, he became under the focus of the police in Beijing, and he had to leave China, where he resided in Turkey. Eventually, he moved to Germany in June 1996, where he was given an asylum. He participated in establishing of World Uyghur Youth Congress, which he was elected as chairman. Later on, he joined the East Turkestan National Congress and merged them eventually to become World Uyghur Congress, of which he is the president. Since then, Mr. Isa has been frequently targeted and harassed by the PRC. The Chinese authorities had issued international warrant of arrest against him, accusing him of criminal conduct and murder. Mr. Isa, thank you for coming all the way to London and suffering the 5 days of quarantine. You were an activist during your studies in 1980 in Xinjiang University at Urumqi. Would you briefly explain to the tribunal your student activities until 1988?
Sure. If it is possible, can I use my mother tongue? Can I use the translator?
Sure, but is it being translated? Yes, please go on.
Thank you.
Yes, please go ahead.
Köp rahmet meni bu sotda guvohchilikqa taklif qilganinglar uchun.
Thank you for inviting me as a witness to this tribunal.
Men 1984-yildan 1988-yilgacha atalmış Şinjan Üniversitede fizik fakültede okuvchi bo'lib fizik o'qidim.
I have studied in so-called Xinjiang University from 1984 to 1988.
Men Şinjan Üniversitesiga o'qishga kirgandan keyin biroz aqlim to'shqandan keyin kunlik hayotimda, o'quvchilik hayotimda va jamiyatdagi hayotimda Xitoy hukumatining Uyg'urlarga qarata epirayotgan ayrimchilik, besim siyosatlariga her kuni şahit bo'ldum ve bu mening kallamda nurg'unlagan savollarning tug'ilishiga sabab bo'ldi.
During my study at the university, I have witnessed various forms of discrimination and the government oppression target Uyghurs, and that caused a lot of questions in my mind.
Her çarşamba günü düştüğün keyin siyasi yig'inish dersi battı. Bu siyasi yig'inishda biz Xitoy merkez hükümetinin siyasetlerini, Xitoy Xalq Cumhuriyeti'nin asas kanunlarını ve atalmış avtonomiya kanunlarını öğrendik.
And there was a political study class assigned on each Wednesday, and during this political indoctrination class, we used to study. We used to study the Chinese Communist Party's policy and the Chinese government's constitution. At the same time, Chinese government's so-called regional autonomous law.
Biz bu siyasetlerge, bu kanunlarga, bu otonomiya kanunları qaraydigan bolsak, Uyghur xalqiga haqiqatan köp hukuklarının bağlılığını görələyimiz, ama bu hukuklarının normal hayatta hiç bir qaçan uygulanğanlığını, tatbiq qilinğanlığını xalqimiz buningdan hiç qaçan bahramon bolanmaganligiga şahit buldum.
During this indoctrination, we have realized that none of those provisions of the Chinese Constitution and the Chinese National Autonomous Law applied for Uyghurs' daily life.
Bu kanun bundaq oturda, ama reallıqda nimişqi bu icra qilinmaydı. Degan mesele mening kallamdaki çok sual işaretleri bop oturga çıktı.
There is a law in the book, why it is not being applied. That was the big question in my mind.
Teşhirişle şu vaxtki aqlim 18-17 yaş vaxtlarım qilib eng axırda Xitay hükümetinin Şərq Türkistan'da Uyghur, Kazak, Özbek, Muşu milletlerinin %75-80%'nin artığı savatsız koygan, mektepler yok okutmagan, şunda boğanlık için medeniyet seviyesi töven boğan, savadı bombagan bir xalq özünün qandaq xalqara hukuklar emas, özünün belgilep bergen kanunlardan mı, Xitay kanunlardan mı, qandaq hukuklarının bağlılığını bilmeydigan ve onu bilmegenlikin talep qilish iqtidarının bolmaydiganligini his qildim.
And during my time, approximately at my age of 17 and 18, when I was a student at that time, I also realized that nearly 75 to 80% of the population in East Turkestan, including Uyghurs, Kazakh, and the other natives, they left illiterate by purpose by the Chinese government without investing for education. And by doing so, they perfectly knew that people without a proper education and a proper level of awareness, they may not have a power or conscience to demand their right and exercise their right.
Bunun bilen Şinjan Üniversitesi'de bir okuyucular uyuşmazlık kurdum. Okuyucular fen medeniyet cemiyeti deydiğen bir cemiyetini kurduk. Bu kanunluk bir cemiyetti.
And for that reason, during my students' year, we established one students' union focused on science and culture. It was a legal organization established at that time.
Məqsədimiz yaz qışlıq tətillərdə minləğən Uyğur üniversite okuyucularını bizning vatanning chet yezdiriga avatish orqali xalqimizga o'qish, yezish, o'gitish, madaniyat saviyasini yuqori ko'tarish. Ko'ngillik holda, haqsiz holda.
The purpose of this the union or organization is to dispatch the Uyghur University students to all corners of East Turkestan and help local people to educate them. And it was free course we provided.
Ama resmi bu hareketki başlayan vaktimizde Xitay hükümeti emeldarlarına bizge her xil tosqunluqlarını qildi. Gerçi bu Xitay kanununa uygun, Xitay merkezi hükümetinin siyasetine uygun bir hareket bolsunmu, ama biz resmi bu hareketki başlaganda nurgun qiyinchiliklarga duch keldi. Biz bu hareketlerini bek muvaffaqiyatli ep baramadik.
When we started this initiative, and we have faced a tremendous amount of obstacles from the government, despite it was illegal and it was lawful, and for that reason, we have not been that much successful in our initiative.
1988 yılı 6. ayda biz atalmış Şinjan Uyghur Abdum Rayı'nın hükümetiga muşu Şarkı Türkistan'daki muarip sayesideki gündelik hayatlardaki siyasi sahilerdeki adaletsizliklerini ki ayrımcılıklarını şikayet kılıp bir iltimas sunduk. Biz körüşünü talep kıldık.
In June 1988, on the basis of the information we collected about the educational life of Uyghurs and others in East Turkestan, about their political awareness, and also about the daily injustices they are facing in their daily life, we prepared a report-like petition and asked to meet with the regional government officials to create some kind of awareness.
Ama biz hiç kaçan bizden bu talebimiz hakkında hükümetten bir görüşüş için vakit alamadık. Bizden bu taleplerimizge bütün hükümet adamları olsun, hatta üniversiteninki müdürleri olsun bunu cevapsız kaldı.
And our repeated demand to meet with the government officials, even including the school high-level officials, left unanswered, and we could not able to deliver our message to neither to government officials nor the school administrations.
Muşundan biz bu iltimasını yazıştı bir kança hafta ilgiri 5. aylarda 88. yılı Şinjan Üniversitesi Fizik Fakültesi'nin, ben okuyduğum fakültesinin dervasıga Xitayca Uygurlarning erlerini kul kılımız, ayallarını faşa jalap kılımız degan bir Xitayca yazılgan bir lozunka ne tep aldık. Yazıldı yani.
Actually, we found one the poster posted on the school wall, basically saying that we came to Xinjiang to make Uyghurs male as slaves and the Uyghur woman as a prostitute. And we found that posters a couple weeks earlier from our the initiation, the petition started.
Biz bunu mektep müdürüne ve hükümete tapşırıp bunu yazgan adamını toplum cezalaş gerekliğini iltimas kıldık. Ama onun cevap vermedi.
We reported this poster to school administration and we demanded the school administration to conduct some sort of investigation and punish those responsible. But our demand also left unanswered from the school administration.
Biz hiç kandak bir cevap alamagan deyken 88. yıl 6. ayın 15. günüsü biz Fen Medeniyet Uyuşmasının heyetleri ve okuyucular müzakirleşip 6. ayın 15. günüsü andan bir milli kemsizlikке narazılık bildiriş yığılışı dep çoğun bir yığılış ötküzüşünü plan kıldık Şinjan Üniversitesi'nin içinde.
After we couldn't able to get any response from the government, approximately on June 15th, 1988, with the discussion of the board members of our student union, we decided to have a protest against this type of discrimination within the school.
Biz bunun tayyorligini qilib, uqtirishlarni chiqarib, tayyor qilsak, shu kunsi atdigan soat 7da anındaki maktabning mudiri bizni Abdum Rayı'nın rahbarlari ko'rishadiganligini bildirib, bizni shu kunsi atdiganda Abdum Rayı'nın hukumat xodimlari bilan ko'rishga keldi.
After we made the announcement about the June 15th protest, and all of a sudden, in the morning of that day, the officials from school administrations came to us, and we were told that the high-level officials from the regional government about to meet us.
Şu günse Abdum Raylık Xitay Komünistik Partiyasının sekreteri Canabil, Marif Komisyonunun müdürü, Plan Komisyonunun müdürü ve Maliye Nazırı bilen 5 saatlik bir söhbetimiz oldu.
And in that day, we met with the vice chair of regional Chinese Communist Party, whose name is Janabal. At the same time, we met with the high-level officials from the regional Ministry of Education and the Finance and others.
Forgive my interrupting. Mr. Sabi, because we're using translation, and the translation isn't entirely easy, we are moving at a slightly slow pace. Might it be sensible either to summarize quite a lot and get the witness to acknowledge it and then come to the final passages?
Yes, Mr. Isa, is it fair to say that your campaign was successful, but as a result of that, you were kicked out of the university?
Biz şunun bilen biz kelişiplanmay 88. okuyucu qaytip gidip çoğun bir namayış ötküzdük. 8000 kişilik okuyucularının namayışını ötküzdük ve şu günüsü keşte beni öz yapısıga yani xos arrestis kıldı ve 4 aylık bir tekşürüşten keyin 9. ayının 27. günüsü çoğun yığın içip bizim mektep neydi verdi. Şununla ben mektep bitiremedim.
And after we couldn't able to come to a certain agreement with the government officials, and Dolkun aşı hükümet bilen fikir okşamaganlıkın dim boldu. Şu bek uzun bolup ketdi. Cümle men hemmisini nem kalamadım, yazıp alamadım. Aşını kayıt edip bassam.
Şu hükümet bilen kelişiplanmagandan keyin mektep qaytip keldik ve ballarını başlap namayışga çıktık.
After we did not have any agreement with the government officials, we returned back to school and we started our protest rally with the students. Approximately 8,000 students took part of that protest.
Şu namayışның biz ertesi yana davamlaştırdıgan bolup qaytip keldik ama o keçisi meni mektep müdürü keç saat 12'de uxlayotganda yatağımda biz yatakta 8 adam yatattık.
Mr. Isa, sorry to interrupt. These are all in your statement and the panel has read your statement. So there is no need to repeat what we have on the document. To summarize it, you were kicked out of the university before being able to finish your studies. You then went to Beijing and studied between 1990 and 1992 in the Beijing University, and then opened a restaurant. You became under pressure from the police, and you were forced to immigrate first to Turkey and then to Germany. You set up different organizations and ultimately merged them into what is now World Uyghur Congress. You were listed on the Interpol list as a terrorist and murderer at the initiation of the Chinese government. Were you ever arrested by police while traveling?
I beg your pardon?
Were you ever arrested as a result of this?
Şundak, ben 96. Germaniya kelip Türkiye'ye geldim. 94-96 Germaniya kelip siyasi iltica kıldım. Xitay meni 1997 Interpolga berip kızıl başlık tutuş buyruğu çıkardı. Bu münasebet bilen ben cık devletlerinin çığırısında tutkun kılındım.
After I came to Germany in 1996 and made my successful refugee application, and the Chinese government issued the red notes on me in 1997. Since then, I faced tremendous amount of difficulties during my travel abroad.
Kore'de tutkun kılındım. Hatta Amerika'ya girişim çeklendi. Türkiye'den çığırısı tutkun kılındım. 2017 yılda hatta İtalya'da ben German vatandaşı 2006 yıldan başlayıp German vatandaşı şunda buluşum karamay 2017 yılda İtalya'da tutkun kılındım.
I was detained in Korea at the airport, and I was repatriated from United States, and I was detained in Turkey, and even despite my German citizenship, I was detained in Italy in 2017.
Mr. Isa, you were accused by the Chinese government being involved with East Turkestan Islamic movement that was listed by the US government as a terrorist organization in 2002. Were you ever involved with that organization?
Şark Türkistan İslam Hareketi degan teşkilatni 2002 yılı Ben xalqaro matbuotdan bildim. Ondan burun onda bir teşkilatның bağlığını ben anlapmı bakmagan. Fakat 2001 yılı New York'ta yüz bergen terörist hareketinden keyin tuyuqsuz bundaq bir partiyanın, bundaq bir teşkilatның bağlığını Xitay hükümetinin matbuatıdan ve xalqaro matbuatdan öğrendim. Mening bundaq bir teşkilat bilan bir alakam yok, hatta burun anlapmı bakmagan.
I haven't heard that organization even name till 2002, and I became known the name of that organization through the international media, and especially right after the New York terrorist attack taken place in 2001. And I don't know that organization. I don't have any association or any the knowledge about that organization, and I only knew the name of that organization through international media.
Thank you. Mr. Isa, would you like to make a personal statement regarding the difficulties that your family had faced as a result of your activities?
Ben 94 yılı vatanımdan ayrılgandan bu yan 27 yıl oldu. 27 yıldan bu yan diasporada, chet elde yaşavatımım. Bu jarayanda ben ata-anamni, urug' tuqqanlarimni, do'st birodarlarimni bir qatimni ko'rib baxmadim.
I left my home country in 1994, and it is 27 years now. And since then, I'm living in exile. Since I left in 1994, I did not have a chance to meet with my parents or relatives even a single time.
Ben ata-anamni bir qancha qitim Germaniyaga chaqirtgan bo'lsam-mu, ammo Xitoy hukumatı ularga pasport bermedi ve men vatandan ayrılgan 27 yıldan bu yan bütün ailem Xitoy saqchilarining, Xitoy hukumatining og'ir darajadagi nazoratiga, besimiga uchrab kelgan.
I have invited my parents to come and join me in Germany several times, but Chinese government repeatedly refused to issue a passport to my parents and relatives. And for that reason, because of my activities abroad, my whole families faced monitoring and harassment by Chinese government all the time.
2017 yılının 5-ci boğarlıqda hiç bo'lmasa haftada 2 haftada bir qatim ailem bilan telefonda nayt qisqa qandarak avaling deb nayt oddiy salomlashish ishlarini olib bora olaydim. Çünkü benim bütün telefonlarımni Xitoy hukumati anglaydi. Onun için ular bilan boshqa gap deyishim mumkin emas, boshqa gap yo'q. Ama 2017 yılı 4. aydan başlap alaqam tamamen üzülgen.
Up till April 2017, at least I had a chance to talk with my parents and relatives sometimes once a month or sometimes twice a month through a phone call. Because I knew that all my phone calls were closely monitored by the Chinese government, it was impossible to talk anything else except just a simple greetings. Since April 2017, all my communication with my parents and other relatives are cut off completely, so I don't have any means of communication with them.
2017 yıl 4. aydan başlap alaqam üzüldü ama 2018 yılda aradan bir yıldan köp vaqt ötkende apamның vafat bo'lganlik, o'lganlik xabarini angladim.
After all of my communication with my parents cut off since April 2017, and only I became known that my mother was passed away or killed by in East Turkestan in 2018.
Ben bu xabarni anglagandan keyin ailem bilan qaytadan aloqa qilishga tirishgan bo'lsam-mu, ta hozirgacha bir aloqa o'rnatmadim. Ama bir qancha haftalardan keyin xalqaro matbuotdan onamning bir yig'ilish lagerida vafot bo'lganlik xabarini matbuotdan o'rgandim.
And when I heard this news, I tried to contact with my family members a number of times, but I couldn't able to communicate with them. And then through international media reports, I became known that my mother, in fact, was died in one of the concentration camps in 2018.
2020 yılı 1. ayda Xitayning Global Times yer şari gezitidən dadamның ölgənlik xəbərini bildim.
And in January 2020, through the report from the Chinese official media, which is Global Times, I became known that my father also passed away.
5. ayının 28. günü, yani bunundan bir hafta ilgiri inimnin Xitay hükümet tarafından müddətsiz qamaq cezası hüküm qılınğanlığını mətbuatdan öyrəndim.
Also, a week earlier, on May 28th, I became known that my brother was sentenced for life imprisonment through the media reporting.
Xitay hükümeti 2020 yılı 1. ayda menin açamni mecburi sözültüp bir videoda bana karşı söz etken bir videonu ilan kıldı.
In January 2020, the Chinese government forced one of my sister to speak against me and to publish that video.
Menin akam Yalqın Eysa matematik profesörüydü. Onun hakkında hiç haberim yok ama bana kelgen uçurlarda bir uçurda 25 yıl, yani bir uçurda 17 yıl kesilgenlik hakkında malumatım var ama bunu hiç kandak bir yerden tasdiqlatamadım.
I have one brother whose name is Yalqın Eysa. He is the mathematics professor. And in one information I have received, he was sentenced to 25 years imprisonment, and another information, it is said that he was sentenced in 17 years imprisonment, but there is no way for me to verify which one is correct.
Şu ailemden avalımış şu, bunların hemmisini ben şu xalqara matbuatlardan, bu yaxtın ağına uçurlar, qancha adam, qancha tuqunum hayat, qanchası kampıda, qanchası ülep ketdi, bir malumatım yok.
This is the publicly available information on the international media, and I'm learning about my family members only through the reports from the international media, except than this. I have no idea how many of my family members in concentration camps or detention, and how many of them alive, or how many of them is in another condition.
Thank you, Mr. Issa. The tribunal may now have some questions for you.
Mr. Issa, you've stated that the main aim of the Students' Cultural Science Union was to bring enlightenment to rural areas. And could you tell me whether enlightenment included direct attempts to raise political awareness, inspire political activity, and whether you tried to expound a separatist ideology?
Ben o to'g'riliq biraz ilgari deb o'tdim. Bizning bu o'quvchi yoshlar harakatimiz, fan madaniyat jamiyatimizning maqsadi o'qish, yozma bilmagan insonlarga o'qish, alfabe o'rgatish. Deganigidek 75%, 80% adam maktab yüzü ko'rmagan bo'lganligi uchun ularga o'qitish, o'rgatish, buni o'z vaqtida Xitoy markaziy hukumatimi o'xshashda butun Xitoy bo'yicha mushni safarbarlik qilgan bir harakatdir.
The basic purpose of the student union was to help illiterate people to gain the skill of literacy. And that is also at that time highly highly promoted by the central government as part of their official policy.
Bu hareketnin hiç qandaq bir siyasi məqsədi və ya ki bölgünçilik məqsədi və ya hər qandaq bir məqsəd yox, faqat bir mədəniyyət büyütüş, insanlarımızga okuş yüktüşten ibaret normal bir ammi hareketti.
It was a civil movement aiming to educate people and get rid of illiteracy. And there was no any secret agenda of political or separatism or any kind, because at that time that was what the 70–80% people needed for further education, and the government did not provide, and that was the aim.
Thank you. At the time you were organizing the process at Xinjiang University, did this interfere with your academic attainment?
Sen şu okuvchilar nimasini o'rinlashtirgandingiz, bu sening şu akademik, ya'ni şu o'qishni menga ta'sir qildimi, ya'ni uningga daxli taruz qildimi va sening ilib borgan norozilik harakatlaring?
Albatta, men shu harakatni o'tkazgandan bo'lgandan keyin namoyishdan keyin shu kechasi meni 12da chaqirib chiqdi va ertasidan boshlab house arrest qildi va 4 oyga yaqin yozliq bizning o harakatdan bir oydan keyin yozliq ta'til bo'lgan. Bütün o'quvchilar ketdi. Biz o'quvchilardan bir 20 necha odamni ep qilib uylarimizga qaytolmay 3,5 ay bizga kunda siyosiy o'rganish qildi. Har xil shakldagi tövnalarni yozishga qistidi, ashna qilib 3,5 aydan keyin meni maktabni aydivatdi. Ya'ni men maktabni bitirish, maktabni davomlashtirish o'qish huquqim bo'lmadi.
Yes, indeed. And it was direct interference for my academic future. And after the protest, and as I stated in my testimony, I was put in house arrest nearly 4 months, including 20 plus of my colleagues who actively participated at that time, and we were not able to return home because it was a summer holiday, and we were subjected to intense political study. And after that 4 months, and I was expelled from school, and for that reason, I could not able to continue my education in the university.
So simply, are you saying that failure in academic achievement did not contribute at all to your expulsion?
Sen suallarni tarjima qil bundan keyin kallam biraz ketib qoldi.
Yani senin bu akademik jihatdagi bu muvaffaqiyatsizliging sening bu maktabdan chiqarib etish bilan bevosita munosabat bormi degandek bir savol. Can you clarify your question, please?
Sorry, can you say that again, please?
Yeah, can you reframe your question again?
I was just asking whether failure to achieve academically over that period contributed to the expulsion.
Yani senin şu mektepteki muvaffaqiyatsizliging seni mektepten chiqarib o'tishga sabab bo'lganmi degandek ma'lum savolimda.
Mening o'qish jihatdagi muvaffaqiyatsizligim emas, faqat mening shu namoyishlarni tashkillaganligim uchun Xitoy hukumatini meni shu sababdan bo'lguncha deb qaralab maktabdan chiqaribdi. Bu mening albatta davomli o'qish, akademik tadqiqot faoliyatlari bilan shug'ullanishimga ta'sir ko'rsatdi.
It was not about my failure in my study or academic dream that contributed to expulsion from the school. It was my activism at the school that contributed or became the primary reason for my expulsion from the school. As I was expelled from the school, I could not able to continue my study, and I could not able to continue my future academic dream.
Thank you. Were the protests going on at Xinjiang University supported by other student protests throughout China?
Tushundingmi? Ya'ni Xinjiang universitetidagi bo'lgan noroziliklar Xitoyning boshqa yerdagi o'quvchilar tarafidan qo'llandimi, ya'ni himoyaga erishdimi dedi.
Bu namoyish Ürümçi'de bo'ldi. Anından keyin bizning vatanning Sharq Turkistonning boshqa viloyatlaridan bo'ldi. Qashqa, Xotan, o'xshash shaharlarda va Ishkirda Xitoyning o'lkalaridagi Shanxay, Xi'an, Beijing qatorliq shaharlarda o'qiyotgan Uyg'ur o'quvchilarmi bu namoyishlarni qo'lladi. Qo'llab namoyish qildi. Ammo Xitoy o'quvchilardan buni qo'llagan avvalda ko'rmadik.
Partially, yes. And our protest rallies have taken place not only in Urumqi and the other parts of other cities of East Turkestan as well, such as Kashgar, Hotan. At the same time, Uyghur students who were studying at that time in Shanghai and Xi'an and Beijing, they also participated and supported our protest. But I don't have any knowledge if there were any ethnic Han Chinese that supported or rallied to support our protest. I don't have a knowledge about that.
Thank you. Why did you set up a restaurant in Beijing in 1992?
Çünkü ben
Nimada Beijing'da aşxana açdım?
90-yılı Beijing'ga çünkü ben 88-yılı meni mektep neydi etkenliğin keyin ben üzemnin yurti Aksu qaytib berip iyada bir til kursu açmakçı buldum. İngilizce, Rusça, Türkçe, Uygurca, çetel tili kursu açmakçı buldum. Dastlabda iltimos sunsam hükümet bununla bek karşı çıkmaydigandek bir hava battı ama takriben 6 aydan artık bu iç üçün pensiyaga chiqqan o'qituvchilar bilan ko'rashdim, til o'qituvchilari bilan. Ürümchilarga berib kitoblarni akeldim. Tijoratchilar bilan ko'rishib, moddiy yordam ilishga tirishdim. İşlerimiz xeldim bo'lib, bu ish bo'lish arpasiga borgan chaqda Aksu hukumati mening bu maktabni ichishimga ruxsat qilmadi. Shuning bilan men 90-yili Beijingga ketgan.
After my expulsion from the university in 1988, I immediately returned my hometown called Aksu. At that time, my initial plan was to open the language class to teach English, Russian, and other foreign languages. And at the beginning, the government gave me the impression that it is okay. There is no any obstacle to open up such a language class in Aksu. And so I tried all venues and the preparation and prepared all logistic needs, just like procuring the class materials and books, and even I spoke with the businessmen to have a certain amount of investment to this. When we came to the end, the government office in Aksu, they said that it is not permitted to open up such a language school. And so when I could not see any hope to do any business or anything in my hometown, so I went to Beijing.
90 yıldan 92 yılgacha Beijing Çetel Tili Üniversitede 2 yıl İngilizce ve Türkçe öğrendim. Ama mektepni tugutib qilgandan keyin mening siyosiy jihatdan xatolaşgan adam degan rekordim bo'lganligi uchun men u yoqda ish topolmadim. Va u vaqtlarda men ayolim Beijingda ishlaydi, to'y qildim va hayotligim uchun ish topolmagandan keyin bir oshxona ichishni uyg'un ko'rib oshxona ochdim.
And from 1990 to 1992, I studied English and Turkish in foreign language university in Beijing. And because I had I was marked by the government as a politically troubling person, and there was no possibility for me to gain employment in Beijing. And at that time, my wife was living in Beijing, and I ended up having a marriage with my wife. And so in order to sustain my life, I decided to open up a restaurant in Beijing.
Okay, thank you. Can you tell me what were the aims of the East Turkestan Students' Youth Association that you founded in Turkey?
Ben Türkiye'ye çıkkandan keyin 94-yilda Türkiye'de o'qiyotgan 60-70 ga yaqin o'quvchilar bor, Uyg'ur o'quvchilar. Bularning ko'p qismi shu 85-yil, 88-yildagi universitetlarda o'qigan, bizning maktabdoshlar va yoki shu harakatlarga qatnashganlar bo'lib, men chiqqandan keyin bularni to'plab bu tashkilotni qurdik. Bu tashkilotning maqsadi shu Uyg'urlarga bo'layotgan zulmlarni Türkiye'de anglatish, konferanslar o'tkazish ve her xil namoyishlarni o'tkazish, seminarlarni o'tkazishni maqsad qilgan bir tashkilotdir.
When I came to Turkey in 1994, there were approximately 60 to 70 Uyghur students in various Turkish universities. Most of those students were at the same time the active participant of the students' movement in 1985 and in 1988. At the same time, they were my schoolmates from so-called Xinjiang universities. And so my basic aim to form this organization was the first to bring all of the Uyghur students together. At the same time, using our available resources to create public awareness in Turkey about what is going on for Uyghurs through through seminars and the lectures and the public gathering. That was the basic purpose of that organization.
Thank you. At a later time, you were elected as chairman of the World Uyghur Youth Congress. Can you tell me about your election platform? What were you known for to get yourself elected?
Ben Türkiye'de okuyatkan vaktimde 95-yili biz Almatı'da tunji ketim dünyadaki Uyghur yaşlarının bir medeniyet uçuruşunu ötkazdık 10. ayda. Bu vakti Avrupa'da, Amerika, bu devletlerde, garip devletlerde Uygurlar pek azdı. Şunda olsun az battı. Bazı devletlerden kilip ötküzdük. Yaşlarının özüre birbirimizden tanışışı, fikir almıştırılışı, qanday qilib vatanimizga, xalqimizga birlikda xizmat qilalaymiz deydigan masalani muzokara qilish bo'ldi. Ammo bizning bu yig'inimiz bir kundan keyin KGB'ning Xitoyning besim bilan Qozog'iston hukumatı bu yig'inimizni davomli o'tkazishga ruxsat qilmadi. Shuning bilan maxfiy uylarda o'tkazib qaytib ketdik va 96-yilda men Germaniyaga kelgandan keyin buning yig'inining ikkinchisini Myunxenda o'tkazdik va muzokara qilish orqali yoshlar bir siyasi merkez, yaşlarının siyasi merkezini kuruş zürriyeti varken bu davanı garip dünyasında anlatışımız gerekken çünkü ben Germaniya kelsem Uygurlarını bildiğin insan asasen yok diyerlik. Uygurlar mı azdı? Mujnun olan 96. yılda Muşu Yaşlar Kurultayı'nı bütün o vaktimizde bir 8'dek devlette Uygurlar battı. Şu 8'dek devletten kelgen Uygur yaşlarının katlışı bilen bu Uyghur yaşlarımız şu devletlerdeki yaşlar tarafından sayılınıp gelilgen Uyghur yaşlardı. Şular bilen bir medeniyet, ikinci kadınlık medeniyet kültürümüzü ötküzdük ve müzakere jarayonida Dünya Uyghur Yaşlar Kurultayı'nı kurup çıktık.
Before establishing that Uyghur Youth Congress, actually, in 1995, when I was in Turkey, I went to Almaty, Kazakhstan, to have the first Uyghur Cultural Day. Because at that time there were no sizable Uyghurs in Europe. There are few Uyghurs in the US, and almost there were not any active Uyghurs in Uyghur youth among the very few Uyghurs in Europe and the US. And for that reason, we deeply felt that there is a strong need for Uyghur youth to have a platform for cultural and other exchanges. So that was the basic purpose of the cultural the event we organized in Almaty, to inviting the Uyghurs from a number of countries. At that time, Uyghurs from 8 countries participated in our cultural event in Kazakhstan. But after the first day of the event, Kazakh police, under the influence of China, they interfered our cultural event. And for that reason, we could not have too much discussion in the Almaty at that time. And so in 1996, I came to Munich. And when I came to Munich, I also realized that there was no any awareness about the situation of Uyghurs in Germany as well. And so, in 1996, by using our very limited resources, I invited the representative of Uyghur youth from nearly 8 countries to come together in Munich, Germany, first to have a discussion and what we could do. And after the discussion, we decided to form the Uyghur Youth Congress. And during that deliberation and during that discussion, this became the second major event for Uyghur youth, and I was elected as a chair of the World Uyghur Youth Congress at that time.
Thank you. And why was this organization then designated as a terrorist organization in 2003?
Biz Dünya Uyghur Yaşları Kurultayını kurgandan keyin Uyghur meselesini Avrupa'nı merkez kılgan asasda bir Uyghur yaşlarının merkezi teşkilatı buluş süpütümüz bilen Birleşken Devletler Teşkilatı'da Avrupa'nın her kaysi devletlerinde her kaysi sivil kuruluş örgütleri bilen teşkilatları bilen birlikte ammi teşkilatlar bilen Uyghur meselesini anlatıştırıştık. Birleşken Devletler Teşkilatı'nın aldıda dünyanın Avrupa'nın yani küçümüz yetken, kedimiz yetken yerlerde namayışlarını orlaştırdık. Meselemizi bildiriştiriştik. Xitay hükümeti bundan nahayet rahatsız oldu. Çünkü Uyghur meselesinin Birleşken Devletler Teşkilatı'da veya ki başka halkara sorunlarda bilinip kılınışını Xitay halamaydı. Bu mesele Uyghur meselesi bilinmegen, hiç kim tanımagan bir mesele olsa Xitay hükümeti tinçlik bilen Uygurlarını tamamen asimilasyon yapıp yok etiş maqsadiga texim chaqqa yetalaydi. Şunun Xitay bizning bu harakatimizdan belki rahatsız oldu ve biz Germaniyada kurulgan qonunluq bir teşkilat bununla başka türlük terörist degan bir qalpaqni kaydiymay başka türlük bizning faoliyatimizni to'xtatmaydi. Şununla 2001 yili biraz ilgari deb o'tgandekidek New York'ta bo'lgan terroristlik vakasidan keyin Xitoy hukumati tunji qatim bu terrorizm ismini ishlatishga boshladi. Uning oldida meni 97 yil Interpolga berganda terrorist deb bermabdi ekan, adamil degan, qotil deb bergan. Keyin 2003 yili andan keyin bu bizni bir nima e'lon qilib 4 Uyg'ur tashkilotini 11 adamni undan keyin 2001 yildan boshlab asta-asta Xitoy Uyg'urlarga bu terrorist sözünü kelimesini işlashga boshladi. Muşu sebepten 2003 yılı Dünya Uyghur Yaşları Kurultayını terörist teşkilat deb atadı. Yani maksat bizning faaliyetlerimizni to'xtatish, muşu isim orqali, çünkü o vaqtda dünya Uyg'urlarni bilmaydi, Dünya Uyghur Yaşları Kurultayı deganni bilmaydi anchibek. Muşu isim bilan bizning faaliyetlerimizni to'xtatish, bizning kreditimizni, obro'yimizni yo'q qilish maqsadida.
And In 2003, yes, the Chinese government accused the World Uyghur Youth Congress as a terrorist organization. And as I said, after the establishment of this organization, by effective use of all of our limited resources, and we try to create awareness about the situation of the Uyghurs, and in front of the UN headquarters in Geneva, and in front of the European Parliament, and we collaborated with NGOs in Europe, and we organized protests and public gathering. So Chinese government strongly felt discomfort about our gradual our campaign that gradually took hold in Europe. And the Chinese government did not want the atrocities taking place in East Turkestan to be known by outside world. And the World Uyghur Youth Congress became an effective organization to unmask the Chinese atrocities, to create awareness. And for that reason, the Chinese government used this terrorist label to stop us. And the Chinese government never accused me or other Uyghur organization with the terrorist label before the New York, September 11th New York attack in 2001. After that New York terrorist attack happened in 2001, Chinese government immediately started to use the terrorism to label the Uyghur organizations. And that included the World Uyghur Youth Congress as well. And if you look at my Interpol red notes issued by the Chinese government in 1997, the Chinese government never accused me with the terrorism at that time. Instead, I was accused of murdering someone. And so basically, Chinese government found perfect environment after the 2001 and labeling the effective Uyghur organizations and effective prominent Uyghur activists like me with the terrorist designation or accusation to stop us and to scare other countries to take measures against us.
Thank you. Two final quick questions. Firstly, how can you be sure that the denouncement of yourself by your sister and sister-in-law and the refusal of your mother to speak to you were all due to duress from the Chinese authorities?
Çünkü birinci, ben açamını yaxşı bilemem. İkinci, bu yerde dikkat kıldığım bolsak videonu açam Xitayca sözlegen. Ve Xitayca Uyghur tilida sözleşmek ruxsat qilmagan ve sözlegen tekstinin bir narsani o'qiyotganligini chiqib turdi. Chiqib turdi, u o'zining ixtiyorligi bilan maylivilgan deyilgan bir tekst emas, uningda tayyorlangan bir tekstni o'qiyotdi.
Mr. Isa, would you please break your sentences so the interpreter can catch up?
Okay. And number one, I know my sister very well. And number two, she was not even allowed to speak in Uyghur. She spoke in Chinese in the video. And number three, if you pay closer attention, and you can realize that she is reading pre-prepared text. It was not the simultaneous the statement. She was reading something already prepared to her.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm sorry to hear about your brothers, but were either of your brothers politically active?
Mening inim hech qanday bir politik bilan aktiv bo'lgan, mayli akam bo'lsin, mayli inim bo'lsin, bularning hech qanday bir politik jihatda aktiv bo'lgan emas. Mening oilamda mendan boshqa bir kishining bu politik jihatda aktiv bo'lgan bir oilam emas. Undaq bo'lish imkoniyatim yo'q, chunki men 94-yilda ayrilgandan keyin butun bizning bir oila ko'zitim ostida bo'lgan, kuzatishda bo'lgan, hatta bizning uyga kirib chiqqanlarni davomliq nima uchun yo'qlaysan deb hatta boshqalarni bizning uyga kirishdimi qo'rqaydigan hatta bizning uyda mana butun endi Xitoy texnologiyada shunday taraqqan men 27 yildan buyon bir qatim bir videoda bir chatda ko'rib baqanim yo'q faqat telefonda so'zlashalatdim demak ularda biraz men o'xshaydigandek bir siyosiy faoliyatchilik nimasimi yo'qdi birinchidan ikkinchidan unda bir siyosiy narsaga qatnashish imkoniyatim yo'qdi zaten mening tuqqanlarim bo'lganligi sababidan 20 necha yildan buyon ular besim ostida har harakati qilgan hatto inim shiyani bitirib kelib xizmatmi bermagan xizmatmi topolmagan yalnız mening inim emas mening achamning boshqa tuqqanlarimning ballarimi anglasam xizmatni topolmay qiyin kunlarni kechiribdi ekan.
Neither my younger brother or older brother nor my the members of my whole family they were not politically active, and it was impossible either because after I left in 1996 the Chinese government kept all of my family members under supervision. They were not free to go any place. They were not free to do whatever they want. And even people would not dare to visit our families because of my political activism outside, and the people afraid if we visit the Dolkun's family, we could end up in trouble. And so in the circumstances of 24/7 surveillance, it was not possible for any of my family members to do anything political. And we were so, it was so sensitive, and even I couldn't dare, or it was not allowed for me and for my relatives to have a video call. And all my communication, before the communication blackout, was through a phone call. And my brother graduated from Xi'an, the university there, and he couldn't get a job just because of me. And my other sisters and relatives, all of them could not get a job because of me. And my whole family was so careful and calculating their each steps and each mood and the movement, so it was not possible for them to do anything that contradicts the policy there.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
Okay. Apart from China, which other countries have supported their claim that you're a terrorist?
Meni Xitoydan boshqa hech qanday bir davlat terrorist deb qabul qilib aybligim yo'q, qabul qilib boqqanim yo'q. Faqat ba'zi davlatlar Xitoyning besimi, iqtisodiy besim sabablar bilan meni kirgizishni chekladi, ammo hech qanday bir davlat Xitoydan boshqa davlat terrorizm bilan ayblab bir hujjat yoki bir narsa chiqargani yo'q.
There was no any other country except China that labeled me as a terrorist. And of course, there are countries that under the Chinese pressure that stopped me from entering their territory, but they never issued any, or they never accused me with the label of terrorism. That is only China. And of course, some of my activities in some countries restricted just because of the Chinese pressure.
Ben bir nimani eskartib qo'yay. Xitoy hozirgacha hatto tunigimmi mushu sud bo'lishdan oldida meni yana tashqi ishlar ministrligi bayonotchisi terrorizm bilan ayblab nurg'un qarorlarni chopladi. Bu tunji narsa emas. Men davomli deyman. Men German vatandaşı aldığı vaqtimda Germaniya hukumati uzun tekshirishlarni qildi. Hatto 2004-yili Germaniya federal saqchi idorasi Xitoy hukumati men terroristlardan ayblagandan keyin 2004-ning 5-ida Germaniya federal saqchi idorasi Urumchigacha berib, Xitoy biz materiallarni ko'rsatmizgan keyin berib keldi. Kelgandan keyin hech nima ko'rsatmagan gap, fakt yo'q. Va men 2006-yili Xitoy meni terrorist deb 3 yildan keyin bana Germaniya hükümeti vatandaşlık verdi. Ben
It's time to give the interpreter a chance to
Okay.
speak.
I have to remind you that even yesterday, the spokesperson from Chinese government, Chinese Foreign Affairs, accused me with terrorism without putting forward any evidence. And this is not new for me. And as I previously said, after Chinese government labeled me with labeled me as a terrorist in 2003, the German authorities, I applied for German citizenship, and the German authorities dispatched one team to go to Urumqi to ask the Chinese government to back up, if they have any backup evidence to prove that I am some sort of terrorist. And the Chinese government failed to produce anything in 2004. And for that reason, in 2006, Germany, after the long investigation about the Chinese allegation and my personal life, day by day, since in my whole life, and the German authorities granted me a German citizenship.
ben hayatımda yes.
Mr. Issa, we are an hour over. I'm going to ask Mr. Vetch to ask the last question.
Sure.
If there's additional material you feel you must say, you can put it in writing, Mr. Vetch.
Sure.
Mr. Issa, this will be a very short answer, I suspect. Can the tribunal assume that when you were detained under the Interpol Red Notice in Switzerland, South Korea, Italy, and the US, that you were released promptly on the grounds that there were no reason to detain you further?
Ahırdaki cümlenin düşendim tercüme edildi. Cip devletler
shu sariyada chiqarilgan shu red noticedan keyin seni tutgan yoki seni tutgan davlatlar ichida Amerika, Koreya, Italiya qatorliq shu davlatlarni sanalamdiq deydi. Anadan keyin bu davlatlarni seni qo'yib berishadimi, sening terrorizmga munosabatga hech qanday narsaning yo'qligi haqida bir qanoat qilib kelgandan keyin qo'yib berganmi deyapti.
Elbette. Meni o devletler çigirden qaytırıp etdi. Çünkü Xitay terörist o bu dep qilgan dekin u vaqtlarda mening vazifamni bilmagandan keyin shular ishini gumon qaytırıp etgan bo'ldi, ammo solab qo'ygan bo'lmadi. Necha soatlik solashlar bo'ldi, barmoq izlarimni oldi. Ammo keyin masalan men Amerikaga 2006-yilda qaytırıp etildim. 2012-yili 10 yillik viza berdi. Men bu yerden demokratiya ve kişilik hukuk 2 qatim mukofot aldım Amerikan Kongresinden, Nancy Pelosi'nin qo'lidan masalan. Demek bularning hammasi bular tekshirgandan keyin buni Xitoyning bir siyosiy qaralimi ekanligiga qanoat hosil qilgandan keyin meni qo'yib berdi. Va 2018-yil 2-oyda qizil bültenmi o'chirildi buni deb qo'yay.
And a number of countries did not allow me to enter and briefly detained and repatriated me. Just because after the red notice, they were under suspicion. And they didn't know the whole situation because there was an Interpol red notice issued against me. And so I have to accept that reality at that time. And during my detention in some countries at the airports, I was fingerprinted. And especially, for example, after I was repatriated by the US in 2006, I was granted for 10 years visa by the US in 2012. Even I have received the Democracy and Freedom Award by the US Congress from the hand of Nancy Pelosi. And I have to remind you that in February 2018, and through a long investigation by the Interpol, that red notice was removed because it was not based on the fact. It was based on the Chinese allegation without any evidentiary backup.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Issa, for your evidence. You'll no doubt be here for the next 3 days, can help further if necessary.
Thank you.
Many thanks to the interpreter. We're going to take the shortest possible break. There are 2 witnesses after the break in public. For those of you who are interested, tomorrow's diet, I'll just confirm this with Mr. Sabi. There's one fact witness, is that right to begin with, or is he not starting off? And then we have a sort of 5-person English language only expert panel who will be dealing, and they're academics, and they speak with great expertise, I dare say. We'll wait and see. But they will be talking about various component parts of the alleged crimes. Is that right, Mr. Sabi?
The only difference is that there will be no fact witness in the morning.
No fact witness. So 9 o'clock tomorrow, an academic brains trust, as it were. In the afternoon, back to more fact and sort of similar witnesses.
Sure.
I would say 10 minutes, but you won't comply with it. So come in as soon as you're ready.
We seem to have 2 fact witnesses.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Ekran aldığındaki hürmetli qarindoshlar. Bu Londondagi xalqaro Uyg'ur soti davom qilyapti. Ikkinchi bilim davom qilyapti. Hozir qisqa bir dam olish va'di. Bu qisqa dam olishdan keyin Sian Roberts, yani George Washington Üniversitesi'ninki terrorizmga qarshi mutaxassisi bu yerda guvohlik berdi. Uningdan keyin Gollandiyadagi bizningki Uyg'ur siyosiy faoliyatchilarimizdan Osiyo Uyg'ur xonim guvohlik berdi va uningdan keyin bizningki tunilgan Uyghur ziyolimiz Abdulla Ayıp guvohlik berdi aziz qarindoshlar. Shu qisqa dam olish fursatidan foydalanib baya biz bu qatimki sot qatnash uchun ataytni Amerikadan Londonga yetib kelgan Dunyo qurultayiningki bosh taftişi va yaqinda kuchli bir inkas qo'zg'agan va Xitoyninki Uyg'urlarga yurgizayotgan irqiy qirg'inchiligi tafsili bayon qilingan Qizil qiyomat nomli kitobninki avtori Abdukim İdris efendim bilan boya demlish orlig'ida bir suhbat boshlayli deb to'g'an. Afsuski sot boshlanib ketib, bu suhbatimiz yerim qolgan. Xo'sh, Abdukim İdris efendim tekrar suhbatimiz xush keldingiz. Bayma deb o'tdim endi shu Xitoyning shunda qattiq besimiga, ta'ditlariga, hujumlarga, chalvaqashlarga qaramay bu sot muvaffaqiyatga erishildi. Yani London'da derdi. Siz bu sotning ahamiyatiga, bu sotning muvaffaqiyatli echilishiga qanday qaraysiz, qanday bag'orasiz qisqacha?
Başta assalomu alaykum. Bütün qarindoshlarimga qizg'in salom yo'llayman. Ben bu sotda o'tirib bir qancha bir o'zimniki shaxsiy bir hissiyotimni ko'ramanlar bilan bir paylaşgim kelyapti.
Qo'sh.
Bo'libmi bu sotda men bu sotninki vujudga kelish uchun iqtisodiy yordam qilgan, buningga ishlagan, tarjimonlik qilgan, nomsiz, ismsiz nurg'unlagan qarindoshlarimizga rahmatimni aytqim keldi. Agar ular bugun mishada o'ltirgan bo'lsa, shuni deytiki, bu bizning qilgan ishimiz arziydigan bir ish ekan to'g'ri. Texi biz buningdan mijat kuch qilgan bo'lsak, texi mukammal qilgan bo'lsak degan bir hissiyatda bo'ldiganligiga ishonchim komil bo'ldi. Va jumladan bu bizning dushmanimiz chegara tunimaydigan, hech qanday insoniyat qalbida bo'lmaydigan, insoniyat qalbida tinch ketgan bir dushman bo'lganligi uchun nurg'unlagan xalqimizning urug' tuqqanlarini tutib olgan. Agar ular bu sotga kelib, bu yerda guvohlik bersa, ularningki ota-onalarini, qarindoshlarini vayron qilib o'tishdan ansirab, bu sotga şahitlik beremagan nurg'un qarindoshlarimiz bor. Ammo shuningga qaramay, bu qadar bir rezil dushmanga taqobil turib, o'zininki jinini, melini, urug' tuqqanlarini bir tarafga qo'yib turib, shu zindonlarda yotgan qarindoshlarimizninki dardini bu yerda isbotlash uchun guvohlik bergan 200 dan 300 gacha bo'lgan bu qarindoshlarimizga alohida ehtiromimni bildiraman. Ve şundakla körümellerninki bu sotninki g'alabalik echilishi uchun duo qilayotganlarga ishonchim komil. Va men bugun shuni ko'rdimki, biz Sharqi Turkistonlik Uyg'urlar dunyo siyosatida, dunyo sahnasida xuddi bir nima deymiz, bir davlatdek bir rolni o'ynay oladiganligimizda. Buning bir aloqa Dünya Uyghur Qurultayının rəhbərligi və bununla yardımlaşıyotgan təşkilat və ziyalilarınki bir talantını gördüm ben bugün. Yani biz bir devletni istiqlalimizni qaytırıp elip, devlet kurup ve bu devletimizni g'arib standartları bulamda, dünya sahnesi bulamda başquralaydigan bir seviyeye yetken bir milletninki azimetlerini bu sorunda gördüm.
Rahmat, hakikaten siz degandek, çünkü bu sotning nomi Uyg'ur sot. Bu bütün Sharq Turkiston xalqining, jumladan Uyg'ur xalqining o'rtaq bir soti. Shuning uchun bugun bu sot ishlagandagi men qisqacha o'zim qiziq hayajonlandim. Bo'libmi jazo lagerlari, lager shohidlarininki guvohliklari yurgimizni ham eshitdi. Ko'zlarimizga yosh keldi. Bizlarni emas, hatto bu yerdagi diqqat qildik. Bu yerda ko'p chet el muxbirlari bor. Bugun ko'p, eng az 20 dan ortiq ajanslarninki axborot, chet el axborot organlarininki muxbirlari bor. Bularning kimi nihoyatda ta'sirlanganligini, hatto ba'zininki ko'zlariga yosh kelganligini mana yanimizda turdi muxbirlar. Buni his qildik. Nihoyat haqiqatan ta'sirli yani bo'ldi. Chunki sotchilarning so'ragan savollaridan bu sotninki Xitoydan bayon qilganidek bu qurultayli til biriktirib olgan bir sot emas, aksincha qonunlarni asos qilgan, dalil isbotlarni va tayinishni asos qilgan tarafsiz bir sot bo'lganligini sotchilarninki bog'lash hay'atininki 9 kishilik bularninki guvohlardan so'ragan savollardan ko'rib turibmiz bu yerda. Bu nima? Endi bu yerda haqiqatan bu Sharq Turkiston xalqi uchun tarixiy bir kun, tarixiy bir hodisa. Bu sotning qurilishiga moddiy va ma'naviy jihatdan yordam bergan bütün qarindoshlarımızdan Allah razı olsun deymiz. Hakikaten ularninki bu fedakarlığın muşu sotning qurilishi uchun qilgan yordamlari bu tarixninki oltin bettirdan bu o'rin oladi deb o'ylayman. Yana boshqa sizningki his qilgan taraflarınız bormi?
Albatta, men bu xuddi 100 mingdan jiq diasporada muhojiratda yashayotgan Uyg'urlarninkiga o'xshash anam bilen, dadam bilen, urug' tuqqanlarim bilen 4 yildan ko'p vaqt bo'ldi aloqalashamayapman men. Bo'libmi, anamning, dadamning hayotmi, emasmi ekanligidan xabarim yo'q. Ba'zi arzu qilaman, agar bir hayotligini bilsam albatta xo'sh bo'lardim. Agar navoda Allohninki dargohiga, rahmatiga erishgan bo'lsa, balki bir qancha kun ichim pusha bo'g'itdi. Ammo duoni qilib Allah'ınki takdiriga boysunup bir özümninki bir alaqa kündülük hayatımni bir normal ötküzüş yolumda bana bu boğuyttum. Xuddi 100 minglarcha Uyg'urlarga o'xshash kunduzi biz o ish bilan, bu ish bilan da'vo va boshqa ishlar bilan mashg'ul bo'lamiz. Ammo oqshom uxlay deb ko'zni yumgan vaqtda bu fojiadan, bu echinishlik bir ahvoldan qutulaligimiz yo'q. Ama bugün ben bu sotqa kelib, shu sotqa qatnaşqıçılarını gördüm. Sotçularını gördüm. Bu sotçular tecrübege ega. Xalqaro sot mahkamalarida ishlagan. Danlıq diktatorlarni, irqiy qirg'inchilikqa appaganlarni jazolagan bir sot nimasi. Ben bu sotni ko'rib bugün shu tasavvurimga keldi. Biz pat yaqinda istiqloliyatimizni qaytirib elib, bu bizning xalqimizni mayli nuklear irqiy qirg'inchilik bilan o'ltagan bo'lsin. Mayli ularniki kesal, bu sabablardan o'ltagan bo'lsin. Jahil qo'yib o'ltagan bo'lsin, och qo'yib o'ltagan bo'lsin va bugungi kunda o'sha jazo lagerlariga sulib olib o'ltagan bo'lsin. Bularning cho'qim biz bir kunisi so'roqini qilalashga ishonchim qaytadan keldi. Kunlarning birida Xi Jinpingga o'xshash faşist, katil, bundaq bir caninin bir sottu bulduğanlığını ve bununla hemkarlaşıvatkan, xuddi Nazi Germaniyadaki göpülüge o'xshash propagandasını qılıvatkan, yalgan yamtaqlarını qılıvatkan ve ularninki çomakçılıqını qılıvatkan, meyli o Uyg'urcha sözlüsün, meyli Xitaycha sözlüsün, Onun çırayı meyle Uygurca bolsun, yoki Xitoydek bolsun, bularning bir kunisi so'roq qilinganligiga ve bu adalet mahkemesida so'roq qilinganligiga cho'qim bu kunning keldiganligiga bir ishonch hosil qildik.
Rahmat, rahmat. Biz bu şu tuyg'uda inşallah. Baxtiyor efendim, baya sizinki bu Uyghur Adliye Arxiv Ambirininki
İnternet tugilganida kitap ishdimi?
YouTube ne iş bakın? Bu kimden çıktı mı?
I don't know if you. Good afternoon, good evening, almost, ladies and gentlemen. But if any, just hands up, please. Did any of you have trouble hearing the translation by the remote loudspeakers? Could you all hear it well? So it's only us. One had difficulty. Was your hand up, sir, because you couldn't hear it, or because you could? It was fine. So it's only us who've got the problem. Okay, thank you very much for telling us that. We'll try and get that sorted out. Mr. Sabby, let's get cracking.
Yes, you're only 1 hour behind, sir. Our next expert is Professor Sean Roberts.
Okay, thank you very much.
Who will be giving evidence remotely from Washington.
Shall I begin?
Mr. Roberts?
Yes?
Oh, you can hear us. Oh,
Shall I begin?
Thank you. Thank you for arriving. Professor Sean Roberts is Director and Associate Professor of the International Development Studies Program at George Washington University. He is a cultural anthropologist with extensive applied experience in international development work. His latest book, The War Against Uyghurs, is an important contribution to the general knowledge of this issue. Professor Roberts, would you please give an overview of your statement at this tribunal?
Thank you very much. I very much appreciate that being invited to testify at the Uyghur Tribunal, and I apologize for not being able to be in London. I'm aware that the panel has received a copy of my recently published book, and I will make some comments that I think are particularly germane from my research that went into the book today. If we can have the next slide, please. I wanted to start by citing Raphael Lemkin's original articulation of the term genocide from his book Access Rule in Occupied Europe, published in 1944. He writes, "By genocide, we mean the destruction of a nation or of an ethnic group. Generally speaking, genocide does not necessarily mean the immediate destruction of a nation, except when accomplished by mass killings of all members of a nation. It is intended rather to signify a coordinated plan of actions aiming at the destruction of essential foundations of the life of national groups, with the aim of annihilating the groups themselves. Genocide is directed against the national group as an entity, and the actions involved are directed against individuals, not in their individual capacity, but as members of the national group." Now, I cite Raphael Lemkin's definition because I think it's fairly germane to what is happening to the Uyghurs and other related peoples in the Uyghur region of China today. Next slide, please. So in my book, I refer to what's happening as cultural genocide. This is an academic term, and it's not a legal term, and is not meant to take any stance on whether what's happening should be determined as genocide by international law. I adopted this term primarily to highlight the similarities between the situation of Uyghurs and the fate of indigenous peoples elsewhere in the face of settler colonialism historically, because this term cultural genocide is often used in that context, and I think that context is the most appropriate one to understand the Uyghur situation. In instances of cultural genocide around settler colonization and the removal of indigenous peoples, the aim is to neutralize the indigenous people by breaking their solidarity, severing their connection to the land, destroying their culture, and replacing it with the culture of the dominant people, and reducing their demographic footprint on the territory of their homeland to make way for development and settlement. Next slide, please. So the reasons for my interpretation are twofold. First, I've noted, and I go into this in more detail in my book, that there's a gradual historical process of settler colonization of the Uyghur homeland by modern China. And we have to understand this as taking place over time, accelerating with the founding of the People's Republic of China, but lacking urgency for quite some time, as long as the state viewed this region as a frontier and buffer zone. It gains intensity in the 1990s as the region becomes viewed as a zone of opportunity in China's export-oriented economy. And I would suggest it becomes imminent with the declaration of the Belt and Road Initiative in 2013, given that this region is particularly important to the Belt and Road Initiative. The other aspect of my interpretation relates to the policies that have been employed against Uyghurs since 2017, both Uyghurs and other indigenous peoples in the Uyghur region. I see these policies as mutually reinforcing and intent on accomplishing what Raphael Lemkin characterizes as the two stages of genocide. The first stage, destroying the national pattern of the oppressed, and the second stage, imposing the national pattern of the oppressors. So we see the mass internment and imprisonment accompanied with the ubiquitous mass surveillance, basically serving to silence local peoples and ensure their compliance with other policies that are aimed at both transforming their identities as peoples and the territory of their homeland. So this includes policies of development aimed at transforming the region, assimilation policies, erasing local culture and replacing it with Han culture, and I think most importantly, policies aimed at reducing their population density and demographic footprint in the region to allow for unfettered development and settlement. Next slide, please. So I'm going to start with this historical kind of gradual settler colonization that we witness. As you can see, the region that is the Uyghur homeland is very much on the periphery of the People's Republic of China, and has been on the periphery of all modern states in China. But it's also connected to a lot of other countries to the west and southwest that have been influential. And so a key to the kind of colonization of this area has been the colonial metropole's understanding of the region either as a frontier to keep influences out or as a bridge to project China's influence externally. Next slide, please. So to briefly kind of characterize the initiation of this region's relationship with modern China, we can go back to the mid-18th century. The Qing Empire, the last empire based in China, conquered this area, controlled it really as a dependency rather than a colony for about 100 years. After a century, local revolts in the 1860s expelled Qing rule from the region, but a decade later, the Qing Empire returns, reestablishes control, and makes it a province of the empire in 1884, calling it Xinjiang, or New Territory. At the same time, that it institutes a colonial regime with Han settlement and attempts at assimilating local peoples. But this effort largely fails as the empire itself falls apart in 1911 and is succeeded by a Republican nascent Chinese nation state. The Republican Chinese state essentially controls this area much more loosely through Han governors with little oversight from the central government. And in fact, the Soviet Union during much of this time has as much, if not more, influence on events in the region than does the Chinese state. And that's particularly true of the 1930s and 40s. And the last point I want to make here is that in the 30s and 40s, we see the establishment of two regional independent proto-states, both named the Eastern Turkestan Republic. The second one is supported by the Soviet Union. Next slide, please. So we can see the leaderships of the two different republics in this slide. And as you can see, the First Republic on the left was of a more Islamic character, and the Second Republic on the right is more influenced by Soviet socialism. But it's important to note that both of these republics very much were based on an anti-colonial ideology and the idea that this was a region where the Uyghurs and other indigenous Turkic Muslims, it was their homeland. And it was occupied by China. Next slide, please. So talking about the first 40 years of communist rule, I think there was a missed opportunity for decolonization of the relationship between China and this region. And at the same time, there's failed attempts at assimilating the region and integrating it. So first of all, initially, the PRC showed some promise for decolonizing this relationship. Of course, they create the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, although they stopped short of giving it any allowance for secession or any real political autonomy based on the majority ethnic group. And at the same time, by the late 1950s into the 60s and 70s, you see a lot of attempts at assimilation, particularly during the Cultural Revolution. And that includes settlement, development, and assimilation attempts. And there's some successes in terms of major demographic changes. By 1980s, almost 40% of the region's population is Han. But they're mostly isolated in the northern region and do not penetrate the Uyghur majority south. And I think that also the persistent view of this region as a frontier and buffer zone limited the impact of assimilation measures. Thus, in the 1980s, once the Cultural Revolution ends, there's a second opportunity for decolonization, and we see increased religious and cultural freedoms, even discussion of increased ethnic political autonomy. But this is cut short by two tendencies that become important in subsequent years, and that's the importance of developing this region for the benefit of the Chinese economy writ large and increased fears of ethnic autonomy. Next slide. So that brings us to the reform period, which really is the precursor to where we sit today. Economic reforms in China changed the utility of this region from a frontier and buffer zone to a location for economic growth and international trade, creating an impetus for settlement and development. But that happens at the same time that by the early 1990s, when the Soviet Union fell, the government becomes increasingly concerned that China may face a similar fate and dissolve into separate independent nation states, particularly in the Uyghur region and in Tibet. So we see in the 1990s into the first decade of the 2000s, two complementary processes in the region. One is efforts at development, settlement, and the other is exerting control over the Uyghur population by suppressing any expression that hints at a desire for more self-determination. And this first is branded as separatism and later as terrorism. In short, this situation initiates increased settler colonization of the Uyghur homeland that intensifies through the 1990s and the first decade of the 2000s. Next slide. And I think there's a major turning point in 2009 when ethnic riots break out in the capital of the region, Urumqi. I view these riots as emerging from the tensions of state-led development and migration, the in-migration of Han to the region. But this ends up really changing the view both of Uyghurs towards the state and the state towards Uyghurs in many ways. And that happens just prior to the rise of Xi Jinping to power and the announcement of the Belt and Road Initiative. And that essentially ushers in a period where there's less tolerance for any resistance to state policies or any contrary views to state policies and more urgency for development and settlement. This process finally intensifies in the declaration of a people's war on terror through extensive suppression of religion and increased securitization. And that really serves as the precursor to the period we see since 2017, which I view as aiming to destroy the Uyghur and related indigenous nations of the region. Next slide. So, since 2017, we see mutually reinforcing policies put in place that appear aimed at facilitating the region's development and settlement by sidelining the indigenous people of the region, ensuring they cannot resist these developments, pacifying them, destroying their social capital and culture, displacing them, and essentially marginalizing them. The intent, I believe, is to destroy their collective identity and solidarity and to reduce their demographic footprint to allow for unfettered transformation and settler colonization of the region. So while I think the motivations have more to do with state plans for this region, the result is the destruction of indigenous nations and cultures. Next slide. So that brings me to the complex of policies. I think it's important to understand that what's happened since 2017, it can look like a lot of separate atrocities, but in fact, they're very much mutually reinforcing and have very, very targeted results. Next slide. So the first part of this, and I think the part that most people are aware of and is in some ways the most disconcerting, the mass imprisonment and internment coupled with mass surveillance. But I really see this more than anything as an attempt to completely immobilize the indigenous population of this region, to create an atmosphere of fear that essentially ensures that all residents who are not in penal institutions are compliant with whatever other policies the state wishes to undertake. Next slide. And so the state, at the same time, while we have this mass internment and the immobilization of any kind of resistance, we see the state transforming the landscape, destroying mosques and holy shrines, turning historical monuments into tourist sites, and essentially creating urban spaces that are more like the generic urban spaces of China than have any connection to the local culture or history. And this serves to sever, I think, the connection between the indigenous peoples and this region and essentially erase their legacy. Next slide. There's also what I would term cultural replacement, what Lemkin talks about in terms of the two stages of genocide, destroying the cultural pattern of the oppressed and replacing it with that of the oppressors. There's lots of different ways this is happening. It happens in the internment centers. It happens in the residential labor programs, but it also happens in villages through creating flag-raising ceremonies and loyalty ceremonies and political education courses in the evenings. And it happens through projects like a program encouraging interethnic marriage, which essentially encourages Han men to come to the region and marry Uyghur or other indigenous women. And essentially by the regulations of the region, it's criminalized to turn down the hand in marriage of somebody from a different ethnic group or religion. And also the other phenomenon I'd like to just mention briefly is the boarding schools that have proliferated in the region in recent years. And this is particularly targeting families and children who are separated from their parents because their parents are either in internment or in prison or in residential labor programs. And this provides the opportunity to socialize these students in a completely state dictated Han cultural milieu and a Chinese linguistic milieu. Next slide. And then the last point I think I want to make is with the policies of reducing Uyghur population density and the population density of other indigenous peoples in this region really points to the motivations of the state. This is, we think of this in terms of indigenous people like the Native Americans, the removal of the Native Americans. We see a definite removal of this indigenous population, in part through coercive birth control programs that have come to light recently, but also through these residential labor programs that have come to light over the last year in more detail, where we see both former internees being sent to residential factories and just rural residents. Framed as a poverty alleviation program, this program essentially moves local peoples either to residential factories in the region or, more importantly, to residential factories throughout China, where they essentially have limited movement and are under constant control. Last slide. So I think the impact of these policies, when we look at them taken together as mutually reinforcing, their intent to me appears very clear. It's to dismantle the collective identity and potential action of indigenous peoples, to transform their homeland and erase their historical connection to it, to destroy core elements of their social capital and cultural expressions while replacing them with those of the dominant Han, and to reduce their demographic footprint in the region through large-scale labor transfers to residential factories and forced sterilization and birth control. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Robert. I have only two questions interrelated, so I ask them together. In your opinion, what triggered the massive reaction by the PRC to the Uyghurs' aspirations in and around beginning of 2017, bearing in mind that by that time, the general population had become more timid and to a large extent compliant. There were no further resistance as such and very little incidents reported. Another related question is that why, in your opinion, the PRC accepts the heavy cost of building massive detention camps, monitoring them constantly, creating international outrage and resentment for seemingly little gain by subduing a small proportion of its population. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think my answer is also interrelated in some ways. I think one problem is it's often very difficult to define the actions of states in a singular way. I think that the turn that happens is really a perfect storm of factors. We do have a history of violent resistance happening in 2014-15. Then we also have the urgency of the Belt and Road Initiative. And we also have, I think, Xi Jinping's general authoritarian turn and its influence on the party, which includes very much a policy of trying to change the concept of ethnic minority and ethnic identity in China and push an idea of a unified Chinese nation. So I think these things all come together at once. Now, why the Chinese government would do this at a time, why they would do it to great cost is another question. And I think that in my mind, it's kind of like reading tea leaves to understand the thoughts of a state. But I think that the Chinese Communist Party in its present configuration believes that it can get away with it. And I think that it felt that it was strong enough globally that it would not have much pushback from the international community. And I think the jury's still out as to whether they were right or not.
Thank you. Now, the panel members may have some questions for you.
And can I, it's Jeffrey Nice here, you can't see who's speaking to you, but can I introduce you to Professor Ambrina Manji, who will be asking questions in the first place on behalf of the tribunal members.
If I may, thank you very much indeed for your very illuminating report. If I may, I'd like to draw you out on certain aspects of it, and I'd like to start by asking you to elaborate for those who may not be familiar with the literature on settler colonialism, what you mean by that analogy. If you could specify, for example, why it is that a place that is already a part of modern China might still be a target of settler colonialism. That would be very interesting to hear.
Thank you. Yes, this is something that I, as I was writing my book, actually, I started to look at. It's a question raised for me as well. And as I started to look at other examples, I think it's not very unique, because we see in the case of Native Americans, for example, we don't start to see we don't begin to see the removal of Native Americans until the colonists need more land. So I think that really what drives the push to remove indigenous peoples from the equation is economic growth. It's something that we saw in the 19th century, maybe the early 20th century. And I think it's a question that faces the international community now, is that kind of behavior still acceptable in the 21st century? So if we look at the Native Americans, it's not till the 1820s, 30s until we really start to see a push to remove them partially from the East. And the process goes on into the 1930s. And so I think it's not usually an immediate transition. And also, I think it's important to understand this distinction between frontier and a zone of settlement. For a long time, the Chinese state viewed this area as a buffer zone, as an area to keep out external influences. And really, it's only in the 1990s where we see, I think, the Chinese government thinking about really making this core part of the state and core part of its international engagement.
Can I ask you, however, that it seems to me, and you make this point in your report, that there is a material difference between settler colonialism and what happened in the region, for example, in the 1990s, because you elaborate on how in the 1990s there was actually a liberalization and a flourishing of culture. That's not true, is it, with settler colonialism, where we understand it's either marginalization or attack? So how do you explain this period of liberalization and cultural flourishing?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's really the situation should not be seen as zero sum. I think that this region could be integrated into China even today in a way that would be inclusive of the indigenous populations. And I think that the issue really gets down to the degree to which the Chinese government has given up on trying to integrate the indigenous people on their own terms. So indeed, most of the 1990s, and really up to almost 2017, the state strategy in the region was, I kind of call it a carrot and stick. there was incentives to assimilate, going to China to study, work. And at the same time, there was a massive clampdown and suppression of religion, any kind of political voices in the region. And somewhat successful. Some of the people who got caught outside of China after 2017 were actually from the Uyghur and Kazakh elite, and they were studying abroad, and their parents and themselves had really bought into the Chinese system, and had learned the Chinese language, had studied in Chinese schools. Parents were party members. And there's almost a switch that happens, I would say, starting in late 2016, where the state starts to target these ethnic groups writ large. And it begins to look very much like a situation of settler colonialism.
I think it would be very useful for the tribunal to understand whether you discern a bifurcated policy in relation to assimilation. So, is it the case, my reading of your report seems to suggest that there, to some extent, has been a dual policy in which there is an urban assimilation process, almost an assimilated class, and a rural underclass. That's in very broad terms. We can come on to the migration issue in a second. But would that be correct? And is that true in the present day? And if so, how might that inform our analysis as a tribunal? In other words, should we be alert to urban-rural policies, practices, which are quite differentiated from each other?
Yes, I think this was the shocking part of the change that happens in late 2016, early 2017, is that up to that time, that was very much the case. I mentioned earlier on that, a lot of the inroads of the Chinese Communist Party had been in the north, and there was a lot of development in the north, and that region was connected by rail to Beijing. And those locations where there was more assimilation, acculturation, where Uyghurs, Kazakhs, and other ethnic groups were essentially becoming part of China, speaking the Chinese language on a regular basis, maybe better than their own language. And then in the South, which really was, I guess, from the Chinese perspective, kind of a terra nullius, right? Where they saw this as a place that they had not penetrated. And they also saw it as a place where the rural population was particularly religious. And I think a lot of what the state's trying to do now is to colonize that area, which had never really been penetrated to a large extent. It began by developing the city of Kashgar in the earlier 2000s, but it's also gone on to develop cities alongside that. And I think they want to urbanize the entire region to a certain degree and get rid of a lot of villages and rural population that they felt were an obstacle to state aims.
Related to that, then, could I ask you about, again, a geographical question, what the implications are of the region being what you call a frontier polity since 1949. So how does its distance from Beijing impact state capacity and reach, and how does it impact governance? What I'm wanting us to understand is, to what extent is there a certain amount of tolerated impunity, and to what extent is there a direct, strong governance line that can be shown and demonstrated?
Yeah, I think that it probably depends on the time period we're talking about. But certainly, get the early PRC period through the Cultural Revolution. Most of the research on that suggests that the head of the Communist Party in the region was trying to shield the population from a lot of the most kind of egregious parts of the Cultural Revolution as a way to ensure that there were not revolts in the area. I think that's also part of acknowledging that the state did not really have a strong reach beyond the northern areas, in particular, Urumqi. I think that by the 1990s that changes, but even so, when I first went to the region in the 1990s, I was coming from Soviet Uzbekistan, and I was shocked at how much more cultural conservation had existed on the other side of the border. Uzbeks and Uyghurs have very similar cultures and languages, and there had been much less assimilation, acculturation on the Chinese side in 1990, the first time I went there, than there was on the Soviets. And so I think that continues even into the early 2000s. There's an attempt in the 1990s for the Chinese state is just starting to begin to capitalize on its export-oriented economy. It's pushing development everywhere, but studies show that development in the West still lagged behind what was happening in the East, even though the government wanted to catch up. And it's in the 2000s that they announced a massive development program called Open Up the West, which is really focused on developing this area and integrating it into the state. And I think this brings us back to Xi Jinping, who really seems to have an attitude that anything can be accomplished by state-led efforts, and just wants to create that link urgently and make sure that the state has that reach and that there is no impunity in it.
Given your great expertise in international development then, what is your assessment of how development in that region is envisaged? So you say in your report that it's founded on a model in which there will be a proletarianization of the population, and alongside that, a general segregation of the indigenous population. And I'd like you to elaborate on that economic underpinnings and whether you think that is a concerted policy or whether it's simply a byproduct of development as it happens to be taking place.
That's a very good question. Yeah, I think that the labor programs in many ways are more about population transfer. And I think that there's a sense that, the state does not want to eliminate these people entirely, and wants to ensure that they're useful and productive citizens. And so we see this very deliberate attempt. And again, this is really only, you see hints of it earlier on in the 2000s, but we really see it click in with the programs that start around 2016, 17, in terms of creating factory workers from peasants, from rural farmers. and that seems to be not something that necessarily spread throughout China, although the other question is whether that becomes a model that the Chinese state considers useful elsewhere. But, you know, I think that it's important to note that the Chinese models of development are very much stuck in kind of a retro idea of modernization as far as development studies goes. I mean, it's about top-down infrastructure, industrialization, and all of that will lead to development. The thinking in development today is much more human-centric, and in fact, places where you have an indigenous population, the critical point to ensure that development doesn't become disruptive and creating conflict is to ensure that the indigenous population of the region has a major role in what kind of development is done and actually in the processes of development. And that's been, I think, the key thing lacking from what the Chinese state has been doing in the region since the early 2000s.
Thank you. I have two further questions which are related to institutions. So they're related to each other in some senses. And the first question is, you describe in your report how since 2014 there's been a concerted attempt to disrupt social capital and to break collective solidarity and break people's sense of collective identity. And you link this very clearly with an increase since the war on terror, that it's framed in the language of the war on terror, has been. What I'd like to ask you from the point of view of institutions is this concerted attempt to disrupt social solidarities being played out, in your professional assessment, being played out through the institution of the family? And does that account for how much we're seeing, in particular, reports, allegations of violence, including sexual violence towards women?
I think it is being played out through the family, but it's also being played out through other institutions like religion, obviously, and also through village, informal structures in villages. I mean, so one thing that's important to understand about Uyghur culture is that it's very much surrounding location. The community, whether it's a village or an urban neighborhood, becomes a source of social capital. It becomes the location where you hold life cycle ritual celebrations where everybody's invited. It becomes almost a sub-governmental level of organization, and they'll even work together to take care of community problems and so on. And I think that's those are the things that are being targeted. I mean, in my professional estimation, I think the sexual violence in the camps is more related to humiliation. And so, I mean, there's a certain extent where I think a lot of nations view the reproduction of a nation through a gendered lens, and so kind of the humiliation of a nation's woman becomes seen by the entire nation as a violation of the nation. So, yeah, I mean, I think that the goal with that is in many ways humiliation, and I think that the narrative of terrorism, which I talk about a lot more in my book than I do in my report, I wanted to focus on these particular points, but the narrative of terrorism really serves to dehumanize the peoples of the region in a way that allows that kind of atrocity, I think, to be carried out.
Can I offer you an alternative perspective, and I'd be interested in your reaction to this, which is that if we say that the violence has an end of humiliation, that's its aim, then we might miss what its material basis is. And its material basis is that you target women because they do certain sorts of labor, and I don't mean labor that's widely recognized. I don't mean working in a factory. I mean, for example, they do certain types of kinship labor, don't they? They maintain social ties. They keep in touch with their daughters or their mothers, and if you attack that point in social solidarity, you attack the material basis on which the solidarity is built. Is that not an alternative explanation? In other words, a material explanation over a cultural explanation?
Yeah. No, I think that you have a good point there, because also women are very much the people who reproduce culture. They create the socialization for children in the community, right? And I think that we've seen, one of the labor programs that's connected to the programs that take people to residential factories are daytime factories that are meant for stay-at-home mothers. And they're essentially have daycare attached to them. And it seems that there's a concerted effort to separate parents from children so that the children can be socialized in the state institution, and through Chinese language rather than at home, and reproducing kind of Uyghur cultural norms and Uyghur language, which is also a carrier of culture itself. So I think that it is a potentially a part of why women are being targeted in different ways through these complex of policies.
Thank you very much. My final question, before I'm sure my colleagues have questions that they would like to put to you as well. My final question is really about what you see as the relationship, the nexus between inside the penal institutions and outside the penal institutions. And the reason I ask that question is I think we would like to understand as a tribunal the way in which some of our witnesses are expressing we are imprisoned even when we're free. We are out, even when we are out, we are in fear and we are unfree. So what is the connection between the penal and the non-penal in that landscape?
Yes, I think that's really important. That one of the first I was able to meet in person who had been in the region when this first began, and I met them, I think, in 2010. The person had not been in a penal institution, and they told me extensively what it was like to be outside of it. And it was essentially an immobilizing experience, because there was a sense that at any time authorities could come knocking on your door and take you away, which is very reminiscent, I think, the Stalinist purges in the Soviet Union, where people would have a suitcase ready. This person said they had a suitcase ready in case. But also, there was a complete breakdown in trust, which is also another part of this breakdown of social capital, where the person said that they didn't feel comfortable speaking with anybody about their fear. And part of that is the mass surveillance, but also it's an inevitable thing that happens in these situations. And we don't really have many stories of this yet, but I imagine if the dust ever clears on what's been happening and things change, we're going to hear stories about how people had to essentially sell out their neighbor or their family member. I mean, we've seen already people who are forced to do video testimonies against their children abroad and so on. But I think that happens as well in a community. Like your neighbor may decide to report you because they may feel that may keep them out of a penal institution, but that may end up putting you in a penal institution. So I think that fear is immobilizing in many ways. It's silencing. Nobody wants to talk about it. One of my colleagues who went to the region in 2018 told me a story where, basically she would meet with friends and informants she'd known for a long time, and they would be absolutely terrified to talk about anything except, the weather and sports or something like that. But they had to leave the city in order to have a discussion about anything else. So there's this incredible fear that I think is immobilizing, silencing, and it basically pacifies everybody in this ethnic group or this nation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Roberts. Very illuminating. Thank you.
Professor Raminder Kaur, please. 3 questions, I think.
Good afternoon, Dr. Roberts. Policies don't have intentions. The people have intentions. So who are the people or bodies behind these policies that emerged or crystallized in 2017?
That's a difficult thing to pin down completely. My feeling is that to a large degree, it comes out of the center of the Communist Party in Beijing, because we see already. First, Beijing calls these 2 successive Xinjiang work committee meetings that happened after the 2009 riots and then again in 2014. And they seem to be an attempt to bring in central party members to kind of map out what the strategy should be in this region. And we see already in 2014 the state starting to put into place a lot of the things that get implemented in 2017. So one is the procurement of what's called the Integrated Operations Platform. It's a database that contains information about all of the population in the region, that has information about, where they've been, what's been communicated by them on electronic devices, reports from the workplace, neighborhood committees, and so on. That starts early on in 2014. Also, in this People's War on Terror in 2014, we see the implementation of pilot programs in re-education. And they don't look like the internment centers that are in place in 2017. First, they target a more limited number of people. And secondly, there's several different types where they seem to be experimenting with, residential versus non-residential, daytime re-education versus re-education around the clock in all different forms, and this is done in different regions. So determining who kind of laid out the plan for these policies, I think it can be very complicated. But that said, it's very clear that the Communist Party brought in the party secretary for the region in 2016, Chen Guo, in order to implement this. So I mean, he's certainly. I don't know if he is the architect of these policies, but he is certainly the main manager of them and implementer of them.
And related to this, can you discern any policies that are similar to those enacted in Tibet when Shen was party secretary in Tibet before he moved to this region?
Yes, certainly. The main one is immediately on his arrival to Xinjiang, he implements this kind of called convenience police stations, which is points of police stations around urban spaces, every 300 yards or so, that are able to do policing, is what he calls a social grid management. To ensure that the state has the ability to manage society at every grid on the geography of a place. So he replicates Xinjiang almost immediately after he finishes having done it in Tibet. And I assume that is the main reason that he is brought to Xinjiang. I think that there was some re-education in Tibet previously, but certainly not these mass internment camps. I would suggest that I think you're interviewing, Adrian said, a colleague of mine, is giving testimony, I think, one of the days of the tribunal. And I know he's done more work on comparing what Chen Guangguo did in Tibet and what he's done in Xinjiang. He might be more appropriate to access.
Thank you. My final question. Do you discern a softening of these policies in recent years because of the attention, the international attention on the region and or successful colonization of indigenous people in the region?
I do see a certain amount of softening, and I don't know if I would completely call it softening, because I think it's more I think it's more in response to success or perceived success than it is a response to international criticism. I think that we don't know for sure how active the re-education centers are at the moment. There's been reports by government officials saying everybody has left them. There's also been other reports suggesting that they're still very much being used. They may be used in a slightly different way, more as a way to funnel people into the residential labor programs. But the residential labor programs, if anything, have ramped up. And we also see an attempt to move people who had been in extra-legal internment centers and these re-education centers, move them into prisons and give them actual prison sentences. So I don't know if it should be seen as completely softening or moving in a different direction, a different stage of what the state's trying to accomplish, and also at the same time being able to cover up the traces of the worst things that maybe took place previously.
Thank you for your contribution.
Two very short questions. Your observation that the PRC does not want to eliminate the Uyghurs forever means that any genocide, legal genocide, based on that, the elimination of the Uyghurs altogether must fail. Correct? On your opinion.
Well, I'm not a legal expert, but
it's just, just the intent. If your intent, if your interpretation of intent is right, then there can be, if it is right, then there can be no genocide based on elimination of the Uyghurs altogether.
Well, if you mean the physical extermination of all Uyghurs or the elimination of the group itself.
Are you asking?
Which do you mean?
Well,
Yes.
you used the phrase elimination forever. Which did you mean?
I meant the physical extermination.
Well, then,
of
my
all
question is
Uyghurs.
correct, is it not? If your opinion is right, there can be no legal genocide based on extermination, elimination of the Uyghurs altogether.
I'll leave that to the lawyers.
And the second question is this, also about intent. Genocide, your version or the legal version, is a process that continues over time. It's not an instant event. Your account of the reforms in the 80s and 90s means, does it, that there could be no continuing intent of a genocidal nature, either way, starting before those reforms and continuing after? It couldn't be continuous.
Yes, I mean, I suppose, I don't know what the continuous part of that is, but I would say that my impression is that there's really only been an attempt to eliminate these people as a collectivity since about 2016. I think that prior to that, the approach I mentioned was this carrot and stick of trying to separate out loyal Uyghurs and Kazakhs and so on, and disloyal ones. However, I think that 16, the intent is to destroy the collectivity, the collective identity of these groups. And ideally, you know, over time, maybe their complete erasure in the sense that promoting inter-ethnic marriage would dilute the entirety of this population.
I think there are no further questions, and if not from Council, then Dr. Roberts, thank you very much for spending time and assisting the tribunal. We're indebted to you.
Thank you, Professor Robert. Thank you for your contribution.
Thank you.
The next witness, Mr. Chairman, is Asiye Abdullahad. She's giving evidence remotely from Holland.
Thank you.
Can we have Asiye online? Hello?
Asiye, bro.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Asiya Abdullahat was born in December 1973 in Urumqi. She has lived in Netherlands for 11 years. She is the source of very important internal documents of state of China. She is the one who has distributed China cables and Caracas lists. Of course, she cannot openly discuss about the sources of these leaks, but can provide you with a general idea of how these documents had reached her hand. Ms. Abdullahat. Asiya, can you please give the tribunal a brief...
Assalamu alaikum.
Sorry, you speak in English or...
Uyghur.
Assalamu alaikum.
Asiya will be speaking in Uyghur. I will be translating.
Yes, can you provide the tribunal with a very brief background as to how you came into possession of these documents, bearing in mind that they have all read your statement?
Asiya, sizden ait bir muhim materialni dunyoga tanıştırıpsız. Siz elbette siz hazır şu sud mahkemesinde sizningki bütün ahvalınız haqida bizning xabardor ekanligimizni esingizda tutgan ahvol ostida siz şu muhim materialni qanday qo'lga tushardingiz, qanday dunyoga tanıtdingiz, bu haqida qisqacha o'zingizni tanıştırıp o'tsangiz rahmat.
Bo'ldi. Yaxshimisizlar, xonimlar, afandilar, sudchi afandilar, xonimlar. Bugun bu yerda mushunaq bir so'zlash fursatiga erishganimdan xushalman, hammalarga rahmat.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, and good day to tribunal community. I am very pleased that I have given this opportunity to talk today.
Would you make your statements very short? Would you please make your statements very short so that the interpreter can translate them? Thank you. Please go on.
Gap so'zliga vaqtida so'zingizni qisqaroq qilsangiz, shuni tarjiman to'liq tarjim qilishga ulgursa rahmat.
2019 yılı 6. ayın ahiri hüccet bana bir tanışım tarafından avatildi.
I have received the document at the end of June 2019 from one of the known person.
Ben onu bir qancha axborot o'rniga avatdim. Tushirmagan kunning o'zida uni bir ko'rib chiqqandan keyin bir qancha axborot o'rniga va bir qancha men taniydigan muhim shaxslarga avatdim.
Soon after I have looked at the document, I have sent it to a few media groups and a few the people that I know immediately.
Birdam saqlagandan keyin bu to'g'riliq men rozi bo'lgandek bir uchur topshirib olmadim. Shuning bilan jiddiylashiib bu hujjatningki eng muhim bir qismi bo'lgan Juhaylining imzosi bo'lgan bir betini o'zimning Twitter akkauntiga qo'yib qo'ydim.
After waiting a while, I did not receive any positive response. Therefore, I got a little bit nervous and I decided to distribute into social media. I particularly distributed one of the pages that the Juhaylan signed on that document onto my Twitter page.
Uzun qalmayla Uyghur işleri mutaxassisi Riyantan bilan Adrian Zenz ikki mutaxassis meni izladi.
Not long after I have distributed the document onto Twitter, two Uyghur experts contacted me, which is Ryan Thum and Adrian Zenz.
Ular mendan to'g'ridan darhol bu hujjatni o'chirib etishimni, ondan keyin o'chirib qilib ular bilan so'zlashishni talab qildi.
Soon after they have seen the document through the social media, they immediately told me to take down the document. And after that, we have communicated about the document.
Thank you.
Ular menden ücretniki başka kısımlar bağımı da sordu. Ben ücretniki cami 24 parça işgalligini eğitmedim. Hem ulağa her şekilde ücretini evet verdim.
When I have talked to them, they asked me whether I have any more documents, any other parts. And I told them that the document contains 24 parts. And I sent the documents to both of them in full.
Riyantam efendim, bana New York Times'taki bir muhbirine tanıştırdı.
After Ryan Thum introduced me a reporter from New York Times.
Muhbir men bilen derhal alaqlaştı. Men hem muhbirga bu ücretlerini evet bulgandan keyin arlıqta Adrian Zensmo men bilen görüşüp şu ücretlerinin aiti mühimligini yani kimlerge bu ücretlerini bergenligini sordu.
After the New York Times reporter contacted me and told me that the importance of the document, and also Dr. Adrian Zens also contacted me and told me that it's very important and asked that whether I have shared the document with other people as well.
Bu arlıqta New York Times'taki muhbiri bana dedi bu ücret ait mühim ücretken bizdeki merkezimiz bunu yalğız ilan kılamaydı hem avval bu ücretninki rast yalğanlığını ispatlaşımız gerek dedi.
The New York Times reporter told me that this document is very important, however, the New York Times cannot publish it alone. And also they said that we have to testify the legitimacy, the genuinity of the document first.
And then Adrian Zens efendim bilen bu doğruluk sözleştim. Şu New York Times belgelikimni. And then Adrian Zens efendim bu New York Times'taki muhbir bilen görüşüp onundaki bu hücretlerini delilleş ve bu hücretler üstü tədqiqat qilish hizmetlerini başlap ketdi.
I also talked to Dr. Adrian Zens, and the Adrian Zens also communicate with the reporter of the New York Times. And from that time onwards, they start to assess the document, whether it's genuine. And from that time onwards, the research on the document began.
Şunun bilen, şu hücretni ki bir medyam Adrian Zens'a bergendan tartib, taki hücret elan kılıngan obrajaniki ahırgıcı bolgan 6 ay vaqt içinde men nayt köp meselelerge yoluqtum, yani Xitay hökümeti tarafından.
From that time onwards, which is one of the New York Times reporter became known about the document, and Adrian Zens know about the document and start to research about the document, which is from the end of November, within 6 months' time, I have faced many threats from the Chinese authorities.
Bana kelgan bu problemlar birisi şu Erkin Asiya radiosuniki iki Uyghur mas'ulinin namıdan yalgan ilxat avetiş boldu. Onundaki yani Amerikadaki bir dağınıq jurnalistning namıdan mı bir ilxat avetildi. Yani Erkin Sıdık Efendi'nin namıdan mı ilxat avetildi. Bu töt adamın namıdan avetilgan ilxatlarning hammasi bu şu hücretni menden so'raq.
And that problems is they are the one is two the Radio Free Asia reporter responsible people contacted me. I mean, with the name of the reporters from the Radio Free Asia, and also one very famous journalist with the name of that very famous journalist, and also another person called Dr. Erkin Sıdık. Yeah. They were all just fake these people and contacted me. And the question was whether it's okay for me to share the document with them.
Bu xatlarning ichidagi dastlabkiga men diqqat qilmaylam javob qaytarib ketganman. Keyingi xatlardagi grammatikalik xatoliklarni payqab qoldim. Shuning bilan bularni surishtirdim. Surishtirgandan keyin Erkin Asiyadan avatilgan xatlar ham Erkin Sıdık Efendi'den avatilgan xatlarning hammasi yolg'on bo'lib chiqdi.
At the beginning, I was a bit careless. I didn't really care. I just directly replied to the emails. But later I have realized that, especially the email came from Radio Free Asia reporter, there are many spelling mistakes and the mistakes. And then from that, I kind of realized that may not be a genuine email. And the same applied to the email that came from Erkin Siddiq as well.
Kendim mening kompüterim, elxat adresim ve barliq sosial aloqa vositalarımның hammasi o'g'irlandi, hacker hujum uchirdi, bir kompüterim buzildi, bir telefonim buzildi.
And afterwards, my computer, my email account, and my phone are all attacked by the hackers. So one of my computer broken, telephone is broken, that I faced attacks.
Men Facebook akkauntimni asli keltira oldim, lekin elxat adresimni o'g'irlanib taki 2 oygacha asli keltiramadim. 2 oydan keyin uni asli keltirdim.
I was able to recover my Facebook account. However, it was very difficult for me to recover my email account for about 2 months. After 2 months, I was able to recover my email account.
Facebook akkauntimda undan keyin bir tahdid xati topshirib oldim. Bu tuyuqsizlar menga telefon uribdi. Vaqtida men normalda Facebook'niki Messenger degan appni ishlatmayman. Men kompüter chiqqan chaqda ko'rman uni. Shu Messengerda menga telefon uribdi. Shu alamaqanligi uchun menga xat qoldiribdi. Uni bizniki kollégiyesi, uyg'ur kollégiyesida yozibdi. Agar qo'lingda qilayotgan ishlarni to'xtatmasang, seni o'ltirib jasadingni eshiging oldidagi qora rangli konteyner, ya'ni axlat cheligiga tashlab etamiz. Sizlar sening pajlangan jasadingni shu qora rangli konteynerdan topalaydi deb shunday xat yozibdi.
The first threat I got was from through the Facebook. Since I don't really use Facebook Messenger, I normally just access my Facebook account through computer. So since I don't use my Messenger, the first will ring. Since I didn't reply, I didn't answer, the person left a text message. And the text message was written in Uyghur, Arabic script. And in the text message, they written that if you don't stop whatever you have been doing right now, we are going to kill you, and your dead body can be found from the black trash bin in front of your door.
Ondan keyin 9-ay mezgilde meniki sabiq yo'ldoshimga vatandagi aloqasi uzilib qolganiga 3 yildan oshgan bir yaqin do'sti tuyuqsiz telefon qildi. Telefon qilib uni Dubayga taklif qildi.
And another one is, it was on September. Suddenly, my ex-husband's friend, who has not been communicated for 3 years, contacted with him and invited him to come to Dubai.
Meniki sabiq yo'ldoshim shu orliqcha meniki kompüterimni hacker uchirgan yoki qo'limga o'tkazgan hech qanday ishlarni.
Sorry, can I interrupt you, Ms. Abdullah? The story about your husband's visit to Dubai is fully reflected in your statement that the tribunal has received it. Just to save time, can we move ahead? I have 2 questions for you. First of all, the Chinese government claims that the characters list is false and is generated by Adrian Sense. What is your answer to that?
Kechiring Asiya xonim, vaqtning e'tibori bilan bizning sizningki yo'ldoshingiz, burunqi yo'ldoshingizdagi ahvollari haqida butun narsalarning hammasi sizning yozma topshirgan materialingizda bor. Shunda bo'lganligi uchun sizning ahvolingiz haqida faqatla savolga o'taylik. Shuning 2 savol. Birinchi savol bo'lsa, qaraqash listi, ya'ni qaraqash dokumentini Xitoy hukumati bularning hammasi yolg'on, bu dokument, bu material yolg'on, uni faqat Adrian Sense o'zi yasab chiqqan shunday bir material deydi. Mushu qarashga siz qanday qaraysiz mushu so'zga?
Bu qanday mumkin bo'lsin? Chunki qaraqash listda 137 betlik hujjat u. Onun ichidagi odamlarning soni 3 mingdak Uyg'urniki oilasiga münasibetlik uçurlar bağlamında hem her bir adamdaki kimlik numara, uyning adresi, isim, familiyasi, urug' tuqqanlargacha bular her birisi türlerge ayrılıp, kulum qo'shnilardan tortib, kimning qanday qo'shnisi bor, qo'shnisi ismi nima, do'stlar kim, urug' tuqqanlar kim, bularning madaniyat saviyasi, uyniki adresi degandek mushta tafsiliy uchurlar hammasi yozig'liq. Buni Adrian Zenz apandi bundaq bir cho'ng bir hujjatni Adrian Zenz emas, bir Uyg'urlarmi yasab chiqolmaydi. Shu buni yolg'on deyish aqlga sig'maydi.
It is impossible. It is just absolute false because that document is contained 137 pages. Approximately, it listed approximately 3,000 people's detailed information. The information contains every person's ID number, address, relatives, and also even the neighborhood, neighbors' information. It's such a detailed information that it is just impossible and it's just unthinkable that not let alone Adrian Zenz create such a document, even a Uyghur or anyone, it's just impossible to create such a detailed information and compile such a huge document.
Thank you. You also mentioned that you have compiled and you're about to publish a new report on the intent of the PRC from 1949 based on the internal documents. When do you expect that book to be published, and would you give the tribunal a copy of the book once it's published?
Siz yana depsiz, siz bir yeni doklad tayyorlabsiz. Yani şu Xitay Xalq Cumhuriyetining siyasetleri hakkında, yani bu materyallar ta ki 1949 yıldan mabeynida yüz beriyotgan shu chog'da materiallarning hammasini o'z ichiga olgan depsiz. Bu dokladingiz qachonliq nashrdan chiqdi? Agar nashrdan chiqsa, buning bir kopiyasini shu sud mahkamasiga beradimsiz?
Bu hujjat balkim oldimizga 2-3 oy ichida chiqishi mumkin. Chunki men bir kasbiy akademik bo'lmaganligim uchun bir Uyg'ur bo'lishimda ham shu Uyg'urlar uchirgan 70 yillik bu qirg'inchilikniki zodi qanday paydo bo'lganligiga bir aktivist sifatida buni ustida tadqiqot olib borganligim uchun shu 70 yillik qirg'inchilikqa doir uchurlarni yig'inim uchun bu dokladni tayyorladim. Bu yana bir kasbiy akademiklarniki tekshirishdan, korrektorligidan, tahrirligidan o'tish kerak. Shu hozir shu bosqichda turibdi. Ham buni biz ingliz tiliga tarjima qilamiz. Shu tahrirlikdan o'tgandan keyin shu bunga biroz vaqt ketishi mumkin. Agar tahrirlik nashr qilingan men chuqur bu Uyg'ur sud kollegiyasiga avat berman.
I am foreseeing that it probably will publish in coming 2-3 months' time. I am not an academic. As a Uyghur activist, I just have compiled the documents that show the Chinese government's 70 years of atrocities committed against my people. Right now, this document has to be reviewed and edited by the professional academics, since I am not one. So after the review process, and I am planning to publish it, absolutely, yeah, I will submit one copy to this tribunal.
Thank you very much. The tribunal may have some questions for you.
Thank you very much.
Ko'p rahmat. Mahkamaning savoli bor.
Dame Parveen Kumar may have some questions for you on behalf of the tribunal.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the short history you've given us. Can I just ask, what was your occupation when you were at home, and what's your occupation now?
Siz vatan vaqtingizda nima kasb bilan shug'ullanatdingiz? Hozir nima ish bilan, hozirgi kasbingiz nima?
Men vatanda oldida jurnalistdim, bir jurnalda ishlaydim. Kendi kasb sayak kesbiga almıştım. Sayak sisteminde çalışırdım. Muşu vatandan mı? Ben şu sayat idaresindeki bir direktördüm.
I worked as a journalist before. I was back home, and then later I worked for the tourist industry about 1 year as a director for one of the tourist company.
Thank you. And do you live alone now with your 2 children?
Hazır siz özünüz yalnız yaşamsınız, iki balanız bile.
Ben 3 balam bilen yalnız yaşayım.
I have 3 children. Yes, I live with my 3 children together.
Thank you. Why did they choose you to send the file?
Ulan demişki siz o arxivni yoki o materialni sizga avatishni tanlabdi.
Meniki vatan o'qigan kasbim Xitoy terjimoligi. Shu men 2016-yili bizniki vatan bilan aloqamiz uzilgandan keyin bu masalalar zodi qanday kelib chiqdi degan nuqtadan aytib ko'p iznish qildim. Men izlanganlarimni o'zim bir jurnalda ishlagan inson bo'lish sifatimda bu yezishchilikdami ozto'la xabarim bor. Shuningga o'zimning izlanganlarimni ko'pchilik bilan ortaqlashib keldim. Shunga meni sosyal medyalardan ko'plar Uyg'urlar taniydi. Meniki xazu tilimning yaxshiligini, dastlabki yezishchiligimniki Xitoy tilidagi materiallarni tarjima qilish bilan boshlanganligini hammadan bildi. Shuningga menga hujjatni avatguchimi meni shu hujjat Xitoycha bo'lganligi uchun buni tushunadi, joyiga yetkazoladi deb ishonch qilib avatgan.
While I was back home, I studied translation from Chinese into other languages. Since I came out from my home country, especially since 2016, our communication with our homeland completely cut off. After these incidents happened, I started to observe the situation as a journalist, as a writer as well. And I have good writing and translating skills. Since I have those skills, I shared whatever I thought, my thoughts as well as my research and observations through social media. People who follows me on social media, they knew clearly that I am deeply involved in the writing and also translation. Another thing is definitely people would know that my Chinese is very good. And definitely they understood that I am able to understand the document because the document is in Chinese language, and it is I am able to deliver the document into the right place. I believe that they truly believe in those skills.
Thank you. Do you know which department these documents might have originated from? Do you think they came from the central government?
Sizce şu materyallar qaysı orundan çıkan? Sizce merkezi hükümetten kelgen yoki merkezi hükümet asaslıqqa kelish manbai bo'lgan dokumentlarmi?
Merkezi hükümetten kelgan bir tutash hujjatlar bo'lishi kerak. Ham bu Uyg'ur avtonom rayonidan chiqarilgan, tasdiqlangan degandek mana hujjat qarsak bo'ldi. Chunki uningda ruhiylarniki ham boshqa rahbarlarniki imzosi bor, hukumat tamg'asi bor degandek.
I believe it's been originated from the central government. However, it has been approved by the regional autonomous government as well, because there are stamps, signatures of the regional governors or authorities.
Thank you. And can you tell us what years the information covers?
Muşu uçurlar qaysi yıllarni o'z ichiga oladi?
2017-yili agar xato esim tutmasam 2017-yili tutilgan odamlarniki uchurlari yana Qarqash noyisiniki ahvoli yozilgan hujjatda.
From my memory, it covers 2017, and it covers the information of people from Qaraqash County.
Thank you. And do you know what the files say? Is it about abortions or sterilization or separation? I mean, what's the data in the documents?
Siz aşı materialda deyilgen yani tug'utni tushirib etish, ya'ni tug'utni to'xtatish yoki tug'mas qilib etish yoki bo'lmasa oilalarni ayirib etish degan ashundaq ahvollar shu materialning nelarida sharhi qilingan?
Qarqash tizimlikida bo'lish kerak, chunki bu hujjatlarni burun bo'ldi, mana e'lon qilindi. Shunga mazmuni to'liq esimda deb aytolmayman. Lekin qarqash hujjatida qarqash tizimlikida bo'lish kerak.
From my memory, it should be listed. It should be in Qaraqash list. It should be in there in that document.
So is it the same data as in the Caracas list, or is it different?
Sizning davatqınız şu Qaraqash tizimliki degan şu material to'g'riliq davatımızmı yoki boshqa uningdan boshqa material davatamiz?
China Cables'niki bu hujjat Qarqash list degani bu shu China Cables bilan ikkisi bir hujjat amaliyotda. Birisi hukumatning qamg'isida mana xat hujjati, keyingi tizimligi. Amaliyotda ikki hujjat birlik kelgan hujjat, lekin ikkiga bo'lib e'lon qilingan.
Although it's just a one document, but it was published separately. One called Qaraqash list, the other called China Cables documents. But in reality, it's kind of one document, but it's published separately.
Before you published it on Twitter, or one page on Twitter, what other ways were you trying to publicize them?
Siz aşını Twitter'da bir betni çıkarıştım burun qaysi yo'llar bilan onu ko'pchilikka e'lon qilishni o'ylagandingiz?
Men asli sosyal medyada emas, bir axborotda, ya'ni muxbirlar orqali bir davlat medialarda e'lon qilishni o'ylagan. Shuning bir necha men o'zim taniydigan, ya'ni muxbirlarga avatgandim. Lekin ularniki bir qismlari sayohatda qo'lda jiddiy ish bor degandek, shu sabablardan uni darhol ko'rib qaytarishga imkonsiz qoldi.
My plan was not only just to publicizing it through social media. My plan was publicizing it kind of prestigious media outlets. That's why I have sent it to my some known reporters. But however, when I sent them the documents, some of them were out of office. That's why they didn't reply my message immediately.
Thank you. Apart from Adrian Zenz and Rian Tum, was anybody else who was genuine who contacted you via the Twitter?
Şu Twitter'dan keyin Adrian Zenz bilan Ryan Thum'dan boshqa yana shundaq ishonchlik kishilardan siz bilan aloqa qilganlar bormi?
24 pach hujjat e'lon qilingan vaqtida men faqat shu Adrian Zenz bilan Ryan Thum bilan aloqalashdim. Keyingi vaqtlarda Adrian Zenz bilan aloqada bo'ldim. Bu Qarqash list e'lon qilinganda haqiqatan jiq axborot vositalari meni izladi.
About the 24 parts of document, I only have contacted with Adrian Zenz and Ryan Thum. But however, when it came to Qaraqash list, there were more media contacted with me.
Thank you. You then sent them to the New York Times, and you said they didn't want to publish them because it was too hot, so to speak. Who eventually published the articles?
Siz dediniz New York vaqtiga evatga vaqtimda ular keng doirlik cho'nkan buni nem qilib o'zimizlar nashrdan chiqolmaymiz deb nima qilgandikin siz yana oxirida shu kim nashr chiqadi bu materialni kim
Buni shu ICG degan xalqaro muxbirlar birlashmasi shularning nomidan chiqdi. 24 parcha hujjat shularning nomidan chiqdi. Keyingi qarqashlar har qaysi medialar o'xshash vaqtida e'lon qildi.
The group called ICC published
ICEG.
Name?
ICEG.
ICEG. EG published the first 24 part of document, but the Karakash list was published by many media at the same time.
Thank you. So moving on to your husband, why did he go to Dubai despite your telling him not to? Sorry, your ex-husband.
Sizningki burunqi yo'ldoshingizni o'tayli. Garchi siz yo'ldoshingizni borma desangizmi, nima uchun yo'ldoshingiz Dubayga bordi?
Meniki bu sabiq yo'ldoshim, meniki u do'sti, buni chaqirgan do'sti, bular kichikni tatib birga o'ynab cho'ng bo'lgan, birga o'qigan, munosabati nihoyat yaxshi, shunday aloqalar. Shunga 3 yil aloqa qilmay, tuyuqsiz aloqa qilib Dubayga kelgan, sangdaydigan jiddiy gapim bor degandan keyin bu boshqacha o'ylamadi-da, endi bu meni og'ayna muhim ish bo'lishi mumkin, balkim vatandan biror uchurlarni menga yetkazmoqchi bo'lgan.
The person who contacted with my husband is his childhood friend, and also they studied together. They used to be very close, and that person contacted with him after 3 years, which is no communication within 3 years, and afterwards he's contacted with him, and he kind of trusted him, and also he thought that he may get some information from him as well. That's why he went.
Right. And the Chinese security people who met him, were they from outside Hong Kong?
Xitoyning bexatarlik qismidan kelgan odamlar, ular nimaninki Shangongning sirtidagi odamlarmidi?
Yo'q, vatandan chiqib shu Uyg'ur do'sti bilan birga chiqib.
Those security people came from our homeland with my husband's friend together.
Right, thank you. So you got the USB stick, but you didn't open it. What were you frightened about?
Sizlar USB-ninki nemisini olibsizlar, USB-ni, lekin uni ochmabsizlar qo'rqib. Nimadan qo'rqdinglar uni ochish?
Chunki uni bergan vaqtida sen shu USB stickni sening kompyuterga chalsang, uni sep qo'ysanglar biz ham buyuraymiz degandan keyin biz uni ichida bir kontrol qilish yoki bizni nazorat qilish sistemasi bo'lishi kerak deb o'ylab shuni kompyuterga solmagan.
When they gave that USB stick to my husband, and they told him that, if you just put this stick into RCS computer, and we were able to monitor everything. So we afraid to use it or put it in my computer because, soon we put it in, we will be watched or observed by them.
Okay, thank you. So, you say you were a hot topic on the social media. How did Holland get to know about this? And also, what do you mean by... Sorry, let me answer that question first. Sorry.
Siz depsiz ijtimoiy taratqulardan bir qiziq temaga yoki qiziq bir ashundaq umumlashib qolgan ashundaq bir odamga aylandim deb jo'shda aylanib ketdik deb. Mushu nima demoqchisiz, qandaq yuz berdi? Buni Holland qandaq bildi? Holland tushunmadim.
Gollandiyada biz saqchaq ma'lum qilgandan keyin meniki sobiq yo'ldoshimniki boshlig'i, ya'ni idorasidagi boshlig'i. Bu ayol endi mas'at ko'rsatibsizlar, buni chiqaringlar, bu bak cho'ng xabar. Agar chiqarmasanglar, sizlarniki bexatarliginglar tahdid ichida qilish mumkin deb taklif bergandan keyin shu meni sobiq yo'ldoshim buni mediaga chiqaraylik. Baribir bizni bo'lib ketgandan keyin dedi. Men shunday o'yladim, chunki undan burun Xitoy hukumatiniki endi mening qo'limda bir hujjat borligini huquqim bo'ladi deb men unda qaramaganligim uchun men bu hujjatni Adrian'ga bergandim. Hech kimga Adrian'ga bunday bir hujjat berdim demagan endi. Hatto shu ballam dadasiga demagan. Keyin hamda shu Dubayning voqeasi yuz bergandan keyin meniki o'zimni yoshirib yuradigan hech qanaqa imkoniyat qolmadi endi. Shuningga sotsial mediaga chiqishga majbur bo'ldim.
Even if I didn't tell about that I have received that document and I have shared the document with Adrian Zanz and everything, despite that my husband doesn't know anything about what I have been doing, but he was still invited to go to Dubai, and we have received that stick. But after we receiving that USB stick, and we reported about what happened to the police in Netherlands. And my ex-husband's workplace and his manager advised or suggested him that we should report about it since we probably in danger. So it's better to report because it's just a big event, a kind of big thing. So anyways, whatever, although I didn't really tell what I have done to my husband, but it's already kind of became known to Chinese authority that I have such a document on my hand. So at that point of time, and we realized that it's no point that we can keep not talk about it. So we decided to disclose all the process to the media, and that's how we became a hot topic or popular on the social media as well.
Thank you. So why do you think that appearing on the social media would ensure the safety of your children?
Beg your pardon, can you just rephrase?
Yeah, sorry, she's written in the document that appearing on the social media would ensure the safety of her children. Could you explain why?
İctimai taratqularda aşındaq ko'rinib bilinib ketganligingizning nemisi sizniki bolalarыңызның bexatar bo'lishiga kapolatlik berdi deb aşındaq yozibsiz yozmangizda. Nima uchun unda dedingiz?
O vaqtida men unda demadim. Media chiqqan vaqtida shu ashunaq yozilib qoldi. Bu tarjimaga xatolik bo'lsa kerak, chunki muxbir kelgan vaqtida biz xitoycha paranglashgan, muxbirniki xitoycha so'z yaratgan. Lekin nima deymiz, balki mana shu so'z eshitdiki bir xatolik bo'lsa kerak. Men uni mediaga chiqarishdagi sabab faqat bizniki o'zimizni yo'shirib yurishimizdan hech qanday ahmiyat qolmadi. Ham shu qarqash hujjatidagi rostligini, bu dokumentning rostligini isbotlashga bizniki mushu Dubay voqeasi yana bir isbot bo'ladi degan nuqtadan social mediaga chiqishni qaror qilgan.
I think there is a mistake about myself saying that being popular on the social media may ensure my children's safety. Because when I gave interview to media at the time, I have used Chinese translator. Maybe there was a mistake in translation. But the purpose of talking to media or just going on, being popular on the social media is about my ex-husband's Dubai visit is that incident that happened after his visit is another proof that the documents are truth. So I just wanted to make sure to tell the world that the truth, the document that I have is genuine.
Thank you. What do you mean by red documents?
Siz qizil material debsiz, red document. Bu nima degan gap, buning ma'nosi nima?
Bu qizil boshliq hujjat deydi, Xitoycha bu hukumatdan chiqqan ustida qizil hukumatniki, masalan Xinjiang Uyg'ur avtonom rayonida xat bo'lsa, shu yerdan chiqqan bo'lsa, shunda xat bo'ldi. Ya'ni qizil xat, qizil tamg'a, buni xunfu bo'yicha deymiz, hukumatniki nomerliq, manchich nomerliq hujjat hukumatning degandek, mana hujjatlar bo'ldi, shuni qizil boshliq hujjat deymiz. Shunda hujjat.
Okay. The red document means it's an official government official document. Most of that kind of documents, on the top, the titles, the headlines, everything written in red, and also stamped in red. It's authorized by the government, so we call it's red document, which is kind of another way of saying it's official government document.
Okay, thank you. Last question, you'll be relieved to hear. You say you've been getting some threatening messages, and I just wonder, are you frightened of investigating it yourself, which is what you said you want to do, particularly as you've got 3 children at home?
Siz depsizlik tehdit işte uçurlarını aldım depçü. Bu sizin hazırmış ballarınız bile yaşavatkan bu kankin siz özünüzün öz aldığınızga muşu tehditlerini tekşürüşmüş dağnim kılışkı ensiremsiz, korkamsız. Korktunuz mu müşahide?
Korkmadım desem hata buludu, yalgan buldu. Lekin korkuş hiç kandak el kılamaydı. Ben korksam bu tehditler tekimi küçüğüşü mümkün. Bu tehditler beni yo'qolib ketmaydi. Meni qo'rqmaganligim sababim yo'qolib ketmaydi. Lekin meni qo'rqmaganligim sabab vatandagi nurg'un millionlab Uyg'urlar uchun haqiqatni dunyoga yetkazgili bo'ladi. Buning uchun menimcha bunchalik qurbonlikni berishga arziydi deb qarayman.
It's going to be wrong if I say that I'm not afraid of it. I do concern and I do afraid of doing search or just protecting myself. It is concerning and frightening, but when I think of the millions of people in my homeland, for the sake of them, I think it's worth it to not afraid of and stood up.
Thank you very much indeed for talking to us. We're most grateful. And can I also thank you for interpreting?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for attending the tribunal to give evidence. There are no more questions from the tribunal, and I apologize for the fact that we must have reached you later than the time you originally expected. Thank you.
Köpten köp rahmet. Mahkemenin başka sual yok sizge. Keçirin biz siz bilen belgilengen vaqtdan kechikib ko'rishganligimiz uchun uzr.
Yo'q, sizlarga ko'p rahmat.
Thank you very much to you too. My pleasure. It's okay.
Mr. Sabi, the last witness in public today is again with remote translation.
Yes, sir. It's Abdul Wali Ayub giving evidence remotely. And Mr. Abraham will be...
Yes. Can I encourage you, Mr. Abraham, to include in your summary as much as possible of the material in English language, because time is now short. Some of us have trouble listening to the translation in any event, and the more we can get done in English with this witness who's got a lot to say and move to the panel members' questions, the better.
Is Mr. Ayub online?
He's in person.
Oh, he's in person.
Good evening. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, audience. Thank you for having me here.
A male Chinese national of Uyghur ethnicity was previously a Chinese Communist Party translator in Kashgar to party chief Zhu Hailun. He promoted the linguistic rights of Uyghurs, for which he was incarcerated as a political prisoner in 4 separate detention facilities over an approximate period of 15 months. In detention, he suffered severe ill treatment, particularly when interrogated by police and/or state security officials and other prisoners of both Han and Uyghur ethnicities. The ill treatment included electrocution, sleep deprivation, and sexual violence at the hands of a group of inmates facilitated by police within the detention facility. Prisoners in charge of punishment received rewards for bad treatment of fellow prisoners. Treatment of Uyghur prisoners like the witness was different from treatment of Han Chinese prisoners who were not mistreated. The witness was subject to extensive medical examination in a hospital which involved taking samples of bodily fluids and examination of internal organs. The witness gave details about the discriminatory attitude and practices of party chief Zhu Hailun towards Uyghur Muslims, and also verified names on the Karakaks and Aksu lists. The witnesses confirmed the signature of party chief Zhu Hailun in the China cables. Mr. Ayub, I have a few questions for you before I hand you over to the panel. As I understand it, in your witness statement, your witness statement states that you currently reside in Turkey. I understand you wish to make a clarification about the country of your current residence.
I'm currently living in Norway.
Thank you. You were designated a political prisoner. Could you tell us whether that was an official designation or what you had learned as a result of being detained?
It's not the official designation. Official designation is illegal fundraising, but it changed 3 times. When I got arrested, and it said like a false report the investment, and the second time is illegal fundraising. The third times it's illegally own public investment. It's 3 different accusations. But during the interrogation, nobody asked me any question about those allegations. Like every questions, every interrogations, all are about separatism and being a CIA spy and incite people to separatist activity.
Was there any pattern to who were political prisoners and who were not?
There is a difference between for example, first of all, the uniform. We wear different uniform. For example, if you are a political prisoner, there is a red and orange uniform. If you are not political prisoners, you will wear the gray and blue uniform. It depends on. And when I got arrested, I wear orange uniform. And then when I transferred to Urumqi, I wear red uniform. It means that the allegation is so-called illegally fundraising, but the uniform I wear, it's red and orange. Yeah. And another thing that the guys who came to Kashgar to arrest me, they are the guys from National Security Branch of Public Security in Urumqi.
You were kept in 4 separate facilities. How many other political prisoners were there in each of those 4 facilities?
First, I detained in Kashgar, August 19, 2013. And at that time, I was with another Uyghur political prisoner. And then I transferred to Urumqi. And in Urumqi, I stayed with 3 political prisoners. And then I moved to another facility in Urumqi, it's Liudavan. And in there I have seen several political prisoners because they always move people from place to place. So I can tell you that one facility, for example, they move every week or every month from cell to cell. So I don't know how can you answer this question, because can you clarify your question?
Essentially, it's okay if you don't, but do you know what proportion of the prison comprised of political prisoners?
The political prisoners means that the people arrested like me because of your speech, because of your and religious belief, and because of your idea. And if the guys arrested because of their, for example, that thief and like drug users and drug addicts and like crime about corruption, those are not political prisoners. And the political prisoner, it means that it's related to your ideology, your culture, your belief.
You stated that Uyghur political prisoners were treated differently from prisoners of other ethnicities, and you gave 2 examples. Can you explain further how the Uyghur political prisoners were treated differently?
I can make you one example that like it's in 2014, it's in September, and like I stayed with political prisoners. One is he burnt a Buddhist temple in Urumqi. He is a Christian, and he burnt a Buddhist temple in Urumqi. And another Uyghur, he got arrested because of he recited like a Quran, and they are good friends. And like the Uyghur who wear like a red uniform, the Han Chinese, he wear like a gray uniform. And depending on their like accusation, both of them are political prisoners. But one, because of his Uyghur, he wear red uniform. The another, because of Han Chinese, he wear like a gray uniform. It's different uniform. And of course, depending on your uniform, you have different treatment.
And can you explain what do you mean?
For example, the different treatment means that like if you are a Uyghur and the political prisoners, you have to sleep on the floor. And you have to wear a handcuff, and you have to wear like a chain on your feet. And like if you are Uyghur political prisoners and you have to like interrogate most often, if you are Han Chinese, you don't need to. And like for example, if you are political prisoners, you will not order. In detention center, we have different kind of food, like police food and prisoners' food. And if you are Uyghur political prisoners, you cannot order police food. If you are Han Chinese political prisoner, you can order police food. It's better quality.
And my final question, before I hand you over to the panel, Mr. Ayub, you know that you worked for Zhu Hailun for about 6 months in 1998. Do you know during what period he was the party chief of Kashgar city?
When I appointed as a translator in Kashgar city, he was already there. So I don't know when he started to be like a chief, but like I appointed there January 13, and when I went, and he was already there, and in 1998, about September, I left to Urumqi. He was still there. So that period of time, he was the chief of like local CCP branch, Kashgar local CCP branch.
Thank you, Mr. Ayub. I imagine the panel has some questions for you.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
Thank you. When you were arrested in 2013, the police were investigating and alleged that you'd been engaged in separatism and that you were a CIA spy. On what grounds, if any, did they come to that conclusion?
Could you rephrase your question?
Sure. You were accused of being a CIA spy and engaged in separatism.
Mm-hmm.
Why did they think that?
It's because of I studied in the United States, supported by a Ford Foundation. And like they like during the interrogation, they told me that because of Ford Foundation is in Chinese, in English it's anti-China organization. And they said that you trained in the United States, supported by Ford Foundation, and you received email from UHRP, and you are friend of the journalist Radio Frasia, and it means that they sent you to like incite people take action against the government, and that's your goal, to come to China, to come back to China. And that's about that, like CIA spy, something like that. And like I started my mother language campaign to preserve my language. And like during the interrogation, I learned that it is the beginning of the independent movement. They make one example that, like, because of Dhaka students in 1971, it's a mother language campaign, and at the end, the Bangladesh become independent country. And they make that example that your mother language campaign, it's not simple like mother language campaign. It's the beginning of the separatist movement.
Thank you. You have a master's degree from the United States. Were you targeted because of your education?
I couldn't. Could you rephrase the question? I'm sorry.
Sure, no problem. You have a master's degree from the United States. Were you targeted because you are an educated person? Were you targeted by the police and the authorities because you're an educated person?
Yes, I think so. Because after I returned to China, like I had my first phone number, and like from that time, I always can feel that I'm not, well, when I call somebody or somebody called me, and we have the same feeling that there is a third one talking to us. There is a third one listening to us. Like after I came back, I already became target. And then I think it's in October 2011, and state security came to Kashgar from Urumqi. His name is Enver. He came, and another Han Chinese come, and they together they interrogated me about why I came back from the United States and what I have done in the United States and something like that, those questions.
Thank you. When you were on your, in July 2014, in your trial, there were 3 defense lawyers. Did they defend you?
Yes, they didn't, because that trial is actually like, we practiced before. We have a practice, and then it's official one. During the practice, we already signed every paper, and we already answered all the questions. We recited those questions, and we recited all the answer. And then the second term, it's like a official one, and like my family members invited, and like my friends' family members invited. There is no any defense. We just play game. We just play the game. Everything is prepared. Everything is like practiced. And then when my family members come, when my friends, I have another 2 friends, and they come, and like it's just we play the game. For me, it's just like repeating something I have done before. That's all.
So from that, would you say that the outcome of your trial, the verdict of your trial, was predetermined, was already, was predetermined?
Yes, it's already, we have negotiated. And like, I remember the names of those guys, and Abdurazak and Aygul came from the prosecution, and they came that, like, if you accept this allegation, we will say that you are behaving very well during this detention time. And if you say that I have nothing to do with this, like legal fundraising or something like that, and we will say that this guy's during the detention, and he behaved worse, and like we accuse you about separatism. Which one do you prefer? Which one do you choose? I said, of course, the one illegal fundraising or something like that, because that's that. And they said that if you accept that, we will punish you in 2 years. And if you accept, if you like keep that you are, I always keep this that I'm innocent. And if you keep saying that you are innocent, and then you will have life imprisonment, which one do you prefer? I said, no, that's the second one. Yeah.
So as you've said, you signed a 100-page document at the end of your trial. Did you read that document before you signed it?
No, because we already practiced it. And I have already signed once, like a week ago. So when official trial, I haven't even look at it. I just draw something like my signature.
Thank you. Eventually, your friends, as I understand it from your statement, appealed. Given the lack of legal due process, as you've described it, how did that work? How did that come into effect? What process did they go through?
Before the trial, the guys from prosecutor told me that you don't need to appeal because it's already we gave you fair treatment. Don't need to appeal. But I don't know why my friends appealed, and then the second trial is in October 2014. And the second time, because the first time we were cheated. Like I said that you already told me that you punish me in the first they told me that we punish you only a year and you will be released from the court. And then they sentenced me 18 months. And they didn't keep the word. And during the second time, the trial, I said, you guys, because they are there, you guys didn't keep your words. You said you are going to release me at the court, but you haven't. And everything you told me, it's false. And you cheated me, and you forced me to accept this this illegal fundraising. You lied. And both three of us say that it's not fair. And we make an example that we stayed with the other economical criminals, and that depending on the Chinese law, if you illegal fundraising, your investors should be more than 50, but our investors is only 18, and that it's this one and this 18 months trial is not fair depending on Chinese law. We said. So, and maybe it works, or maybe what worked, and then it cut 3 months. First of all, they sentenced me 18 months, and then I don't know why they cut 3 months. I learned that when I going to release, they came and asked me to come out, and with the handshake and the chain the feet, and asked me to out, and then they told me that we release you. I said, I have more than 3 months. How can you release me? They said, you are already finished, and this is the trial, and this is your verdict. And gave me the verdict, and I learned that day, it's finished. Yeah, exactly that date. It's November 20th, and gave me that verdict. My release date is November 20th. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
When you were in the hospital in Urumqi, you were medically tested. Do you know why?
It it happened to everybody. After you arrested, it's at the time the interrogators told me we have to send you to a medical test and those things. I think it's okay, and for me, because they told me it is a medical test, I have never suspect there is something special reason, so I didn't terrified. I think it's because I worked as a professor in different 2 universities. I never feel that they have done something to me. Yeah, I trusted them. I don't know why at the time.
Thank you. Mr. This is a difficult question for you, but in your statement you describe torture and sexual violence. Are you able to tell us more about that?
If you would prefer not to, or to put it in writing, that can be done.
I don't want to. It's I already I already told different media, and I don't want to tell that story. I don't want to cry.
Fair enough. That's perfectly reasonable. Thank you. One last question. Could you let the tribunal know what Zhu Hailan's attitude to Uyghurs was in general, from your experience as his translator for a period of time?
From my experience, like in 1998, when I was appointed as a translator, and like it's my first time I meet him, and it's the Ramadan time, and because of the Ramadan in Kashgar, we have like a culture that like people don't open their restaurant during the Ramadan, and then like because of that, like at that time I didn't fast, and only Juhailan and me we didn't fast. And others like Uyghur, because others are Uyghurs, and they fasted, and then we have nothing to eat, and then we talked together. And at the time, he think that because I graduated Minzu University in Beijing, and he said that I am the same level with him, like from Beijing and from the prestigious university, something like that, and then said that you are educated, you are different. Those people are feudal, backward. Because of that, they fast. At the time, I didn't feel happy because of they are my people, and that's my culture. Even I didn't practice that culture, but it's my culture. So for me, it's disrogate. It's not it's disrespect and it's discrimination. I said that don't say this. It's disrespectful. And then first I learned that he doesn't like Uyghur culture. It's my first impression. And second, and we I think it's in May, and we started to search Uyghur home, house by house, because of we searched the books about Uyghur history and the culture, especially the book we call 3 books. It's written by Turgun Almaz. It's Chinese government banned that book, and we just searched those books house by house. And then during that time, we have a small conversation in the room, and it's about 15 Uyghurs, and he always praise himself that he's the expert of Uyghur culture and he's expert of Islam, and he said that. And these people keep religious books and the Quran at home, and what Quran means, and Quran is bullshit. He said that. And the worst thing that he asked me to translate that. I know, because the first time I told him that I don't like discrimination, but he deliberately forced me to translate that because he knows who am I. And then third time, after the searching house by house, and he treated us in the restaurant, and we are just eating, and he said that he provide us the alcohol, and said that some of them don't drink. They said they are a Muslim or something like that, and your God is shit. And at the time, I really wanted to punch him, but I didn't. But I still feel regretful that I didn't punch him. Yeah.
Thank you. No more question. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
There are no other questions apart from this. What did China, state government, or CPP, or all three, seek to achieve through its treatment of you?
Could you rephrase your question?
What did China seek to achieve through its treatment of you?
I think the main reason is they want that enemy educated in the United States, supported by a US-based organization, and a Uyghur intellectual, writer, and influential. And they want that ideal enemy with the US background, and then have some ambition, and can mobilize, can inspire the people. In that case, the government can show that, look, the guys who are educated in the United States incite people to separatism. I think that's the reason.
There is one more question, Mr. Clark.
Thank you. Can I just ask, you give a very vivid description of the changes you found when you came out of the final detention. And you said that effectively it was like a military scene, that in Kashgar there was a tank or armoured car in every village. And that was it literally? I mean, that's a huge number of tanks, isn't it, to have around? But that was the case, was it? That there were this number of military vehicles in the countryside?
Yeah, like after I released, like I feel that the detention center is safer than outside. Because for me, in detention center, no one checked my ID card. No one stopped me. No one asked me to like come in another room to ask those questions. Yes, I'm in detention center, but I feel safe because I don't feel that somebody arrest me every day. But after I released, like everywhere is surveillance camera, and every 500 meters there is a police checkpoint. And like I visited like Yingsa County, and I visited like Konisha County, and I visited Kashgar. We have a township, Nazarbagh. I visited those places, and because I want to know, like in the city, it's very like restrictive, and it's very like everywhere is camera. I feel like take a rest in the outside because like I feel that countryside is much more better because it's not very that kind of populated. And I found out that every village there is a school, 3 floor, and there is a big yard. In the yard there is a tank stopped, and like all Uyghur young guys like enlisted as a soldier, paramilitary, and they have to like practice call Yi'arsen, it's Chinese practice, like ask guys to walk at the street and stroll at the street and like ask them to like behave like a soldiers. And like I'm thinking that you have already tank and you have already PLA in every village. Why do you want those Uyghur guys just train outside asking them to call in Chinese Yi'arsen? Why? What do you mean? 1, 2, 3. What do you mean by that? And I feel that, like in the city, people are under the surveillance camera. In the countryside, people like young Uyghurs forced to become paramilitary, and like female forced to dance in that school and in the yard. And just it's very ironic for me that there is a tank and there's a people dancing. What kind of dance is that? How can you dance in front of the tank?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Adewale, thank you very much for coming to give your evidence. I hope the delay in starting wasn't an inconvenience. You're now free to go. Mr. Sabi, we are now going into private session.
Yes.
So that, ladies and gentlemen, means goodbye to you for the time being. But before you go, just one thing that ought to be explained. Although we have no procedures, as I explained first thing this morning, if the tribunal does any work in private session, which it's going to do now, and if anything that's considered might become evidence, it will only ever be considered as evidence if it is possible to leave an adequate record of what the evidence amounts to and an adequate record of its source. Without that, anything that happens in private will come to nothing. But for the time being, and tomorrow it's a 9 o'clock start, with, I gather, no fact witnesses first and straight into the 5 experts talking about various things with a great deal of experience. Good afternoon to you all.
Yakmaysa.
How was?
Assalomu alaykum ekran oldidagi aziz qarindoshlar. Dunyo quruq to'rt televiziyasininki xalqaro Uyghur sotininki bugun Londonda boshlangan tunji soti haqidagi naq maydon xabari nemishada oxirlashtiramiz aziz qarindoshlar. Mushu ekran oldida savarchanlik bilan bu bugungi naq maydon programmamizni izlagan bütün qarindoshlarimizga alohida rahmatimizni bildiramiz aziz qarindoshlar. Bugun biroz uzrab ketdi. Ertlikka sotning ikkinchi kuni, ya'ni sot London vaqti atgan soat 9 davom qiladi. Ama stansiyamiz naq maydon programmasini yarım soat burun boshlaydi va rasmiy sot boshlanishdan burun ba'zi ziyoratlarda bo'ladi, ba'zi suhbatlarni uyushtirdi bu yerda yarım soat. Ertlikka nihoyat muhim bu yerda şahitlerimiz var, guvohchilarimiz var. Uyg'ur chet ellik şahitlerimiz, guvohchilarimiz. Aziz qarindoshlar, hammanglarga takrar ko'p rahmat. Ertelik sotga kirishayli. Erta London vaqti soat atgan soat 8:20 ko'rishayli. Ko'rishishga aman bo'linglar, xayr xo'sh.
Maalesef yapılamaz ya tutuyorum. Kaçaklar da Allah
See you tomorrow.
Selamünaleyküm.